Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays. It's Wednesday, so we're going to play some more Foundry. So what's going on today? Well, last week, as you may or may not remember, I increased the amount of copper that was coming out from the copper production facility that's way off in that direction, on the other side of the mountain, well, no, in the middle of the mountains, this one over here. So I doubled this basically through the magic of copy-paste, which we now have in this game thanks to a mod. That means there's now 6 belts worth of copper coming out of here, and there's supposed to be 6 belts coming along here. This one seems to be a little bit, well, empty. But never mind, we'll go back and worry about that in a moment. For now, this is the sort of the climby thing that I built before, that's taking up all of the other copper out from here and bringing it up onto the main bus, taking it to wherever it's needed. So I was having a little bit of a think about this. I reckon the best way to get this one out is going to be to go underneath this and just carry on that way a little bit, across here, I believe these machines, or possibly these machines, it's probably these machines here actually, are the ones that are making the additional green circuits, and that's what I want to increase production of, and that's what I needed the copper for at this stage. So my plan is to run at least one of these, probably one of these belts to start with, underneath the tangle in the middle here, and have it pop up about here. And if it does that, then I'll be able to tap it. Then I'll be able to connect it up to some more of this system around here. Extend this out, have a load more green circuit production, and then hopefully I'll be able to then pass that all down this way and satisfy the production requirements down here. Get the robots being made a bit more quickly, and make some more money and maybe some more robot types. So that's my short-term initial plan for today. After that, well, there may be some interrupts along there as we find other problems as we go, but those are at least my initial intentions. So let's get started. I've got my laser matron here. Let's just go straight underneath this one here. So I can go. That's slightly more than I meant to knock out, but never mind. Actually, I probably do want to take out 2 rows worth along here, maybe even more than that, and I'll have to take out that one in order to get underneath this one. So I'll just bring this all the way through here like this. And then I could have it come back up again over here, I suppose. There'd be no harm in that. And then bring it along back at the old level, the level it was at before. And I just want to dig my way through here until I get to about the place where I want the copper to come up. And I'm going to guess a little bit at that. I'm going to zap out a load of earth to start with. And then... Oh, we found some more belts. That is indeed a sign. I can hear machines above me, so we're in maybe approximately almost sort of kind of the right place. Kind of hard to tell. But let's have another quick look at the map while we're going along here. Right, okay, so I'm more than halfway out now. Let's keep going a little bit further then. Somewhere down here, I will then be able to have it pop up again. And I'd like to get it in roughly the right place, so it can just pop out quite neatly and join the existing systems up there. So once I get the right distance along this way, I'll need to have a bit of a look above ground to find out what's a sensible place to do it. So, oh, there we go. I've gone slightly further than I needed to, but that's okay. Better that than not far enough. So I can now pop up out of the ground, and here we go. So this is the system that I've got at the moment that's making the green circuits. As you can see, they're bimbling along there relatively slowly. And along here I've got all these machines that are making the copper cable in order to make electronic components to then feed them round here in order to make them into green circuits. Now, actually, despite what I was saying earlier, right now I seem to have enough green circuits. So that's a little ridiculous. The thing that I spent quite a lot of the last stream building up in order to get, I now don't actually need right now. But I suspect that's because I'm not doing any science at the moment, and possibly because I'm not making the robots fast enough. So, you know what? Let's cause a supply shortage by doing some more science packs. What have we got along here? Portable light, don't care. Science drones, this is drone something. Yeah, we'll pick those up, because those are at least one of the another thing I can sell, I suspect. Character crafting, don't really care about that. Cleaning bots, we also want cleaning bots. Don't care about that. Ooh, heavy explosives sound like fun. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Thanks for joining. And yes, as ever, we're starting half an hour late. Ooh, underground mining. That sounds very interesting. Ore veins. Ore veins also sound interesting. Let's find out about that. CPU production, robot components, station hull expansion. All right, we'll have that. Or you might barreling. Don't really care. That sounds like a useful thing. Getting some more. Yes, veins. This is something I think I read. I got spoiled about this slightly. I think these are places where you can put down what's functionally going to be approximately a core miner. So they are essentially ore patches that don't run out. So I definitely want to have that. So we'll pick that one up as well. In fact, we'll lose that one and that one and that one because these sound a lot more exciting. The underground mining and the ore and the advanced ore scanner. And I'll chuck the cleaning bot assembly back in there because that sounds like a useful thing. Okay, so that will probably, probably now start more green circuits being pulled through over here. He says, watching carefully to see if anything happens. Nothing happens. Okay, great. Well, at some point we'll start using more of these yellow science packs and things should start to flow and start to be processed. In the meantime, let's have a look along here and see what robots we seem to have plenty of. So looking over there, what are you? Okay, you're getting the very basic transport bots. You don't have an enormous number, but they are being churned through. We seem to have enough input going in here. This is probably okay. I think actually no. I think this could probably do with a little bit more throughput because that is emptying. Well, it's emptying. Yeah, it's emptied into the spaceship, and now it's starting to fill back up again. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually a problem. But it looks a little bit concerning. So we'll check into that a little bit more carefully. That's coming downstream, that's fine. Over here, that's fuel being taken up. That is basically full, that's fine. That is full, so that one's clearly fine. This one is half full, so what do we make? These are the little, I think they might be constructed. I don't even know, it doesn't matter. They're little yellow walkie bots. I don't really care. But actually a ship has just left, and we've still got half a tank there, so that's probably okay. Over here, that one's full. This one is not full, so I should probably start making these guys a little bit more quickly. This one is even lower, so I should probably make these even more quickly. That one's absolutely fine. This one's not. These two are not so much. Okay, so let's make some more of these two in particular, and then head back over and see where we go from there. So you are being made in this one single machine here. No wonder we don't have enough. If there's only one machine making them, I'm not surprised we've got a problem. However, let's do this the sensible way. So now we'll learn from what we've done before. So we'll use the copy-paste magic. So I want to copy from there to there to there. Okay, right. So what I want to do now is go into the menu. So right-click. I can do copy. If I do copy in place, then yes, that stays where it is. So I can now just drag this across. It's got a repeat mode. That's cool. It's not what I wanted to do, but it's cool. What if I drag you in? Okay, so this aligns it to the size of the thing I've copied, apparently, which isn't quite what I wanted to do. So let's start again. Let's select area and select from. Problem is, I now can't get I can't get at the place I wanted to start copying from. So let's close that for a second, and then go in and delete that piece there. Also, I'm going to need to extend these belts, like come on, that, and then that. And these ones are okay. Right, now I can go back over to here, and I want to select from there. I'm going to get some of these ramps in the wrong way round, but never mind. That's going to be fairly minor and fairly easy to fix. So I only want to go to there, and then up to wherever. Now, if I do the copy in place, I should be able to go 1, 2, 3 more. Let's put in 3 more of those. Let's really enjoy ourselves with this. Confirm paste. Boom. Just like that, it's built it all up for me. Now, this is probably going to have some issues. No, the batteries seem to be going all the way through. I guess, actually, yeah, none of the ramps did encroach on this area. Awesome, so that has just worked. That's gone basically perfectly. So let's close that. And now we should see this output belt here. Yeah, this isn't going to work because the jet engines for the robots are trying to come out here, so they're only being made by this machine. So this sadly is nonsense and is not going to work. What I actually need to do is split this belt here and bring them from here, because this is my proper production facility for those. Bring them over here and feed them back in up this bus the other way. The alternative would be to put in more machines over here. Hello, regular. Welcome. Welcome to Laurence Goes, oh no, I didn't build a proper bus and now it's going back to bite me in the proverbial. The other possibility is to try and bring this belt back along from here, run it along this way, and then try and squeeze it in here. That's going to be exciting. Let's do something a little bit dirty. We always like that. So pull out a couple of those. Then I'll put in my splitter here, like that. And then I'll bring a belt out like this, and from there I can then ramp it up. No, ramp it up. Like that. Give me a belt. Have I run out of belt ones? No, I haven't. There we go, belt one. Belt one. Turn it around like that. And like that. Nothing like a bit of 3D spaghetti, is there? And now, with any luck, I can just run this straight through from... Not from there, no. Not you. You, yes, there we go. Put that on there. Can I just run this straight through all the way? No, I can't. There's of course something in the way. But that's okay, it can go over that. And then it can come to here. At which point, there is not going to be any sensible way to get that down into there. Fortunately, we're basically beyond doing things the sensible way at this point. So, I'll bring that to there. That's going to be the engines or whatever they're called coming in along there. I need to get them to here. So if I bring this belt out like this, can I then go in here? Yes, I can. Feed the belt in there, and then I'm trapped. Then I can put in another down belt on there like that, and this is absolutely horrible spaghetti. I'm most ashamed, but also quite entertained. I can run that from there to there, and boom, there we go. Now I do still need to demolish this belt and this belt, and to be honest, all of this, like so. In fact, what I need to do here is go from there to whoop, up here, like that. Take out all those hover engines, and then run this. No, click and drag, Laurence. Come on, you've been using a mouse for decades at this point. There we go, like that. And also, I'll dump my inventory into this machine. I don't need any of that. Right. Stream number 123. Oh, have you been? Oh, streak number 123. Nice one. That is indeed many. I'm very impressed. I feel like sometimes it feels like I've not managed that many in a row. In fact, I probably haven't, because I've probably missed one more recently than that, because I've been on holiday or something. So, well, very well done. You've sort of done. You've got a better streak than I have. I know that doesn't make any sense, but in a way, it sort of makes a little bit of sense. What is going on here? Right. Okay. So we are making the flying robot engines here, but we don't have any electronic components coming in, because there's a massive shortage of them coming along there. And also, oh no, we do have an output belt. So this needs more electronic components. Fine. Where are the, maybe this is what I wanted more copper for. So those are coming from here, and they are indeed limited by a woeful shortage of copper. There is little bits of copper coming in here occasionally, but basically there is a horrible shortage of it. Okay then, why is there such a shortage of copper? Because, I mean, we're supposed to be feeding in a full yellow belt. We are feeding in a full yellow belt. We're just pulling some of it off here, and then more of it off here, and so on, until finally there's nothing left. It's all just going into here. It's trying to go into here, and we're not bringing enough in. Okay, so let's just upgrade a belt. That's probably going to mean I'm going to need to feed an additional belt onto the belt to get enough flowing along the belt to belt the belt. So let's come along here. What are you? You are ramps. I probably do need ramps. Let's take a stack of ramps. let's take a stack of belts. And these are green belts, also known as the fastest, or the third tier of belts. So these are swift. And so that's why I'm going to use them for the upgrades. Right. And then we go over here. Right. And I want to backpack. I want to get out some conveyor 3s to convey my requirements. Where are you, belt of copper? Here you are. Here are you. There we go. So that's now much, much faster. At least up to here. When it hits... Oh, I haven't actually upgraded all that much of it. Let's do that bit as well. I'm going to need to come back and do all of these splitters. Let's do the sort of the spine of it first, and then come back and do the splitters, because that seems like the easiest way. So, grid that. What did... I've run out? What? I thought I had like 200 of them. I assumed I'd grabbed 200 of them. Have I just used all of those in one fell swoop, just like that? Apparently. That's horrifying. I may be taking this too far along here. I am not sure. What I should probably be doing here is running in an additional belt of copper, and then just using that for all of the production of, and then using an entire additional yellow belt to make massive quantities of electronic components. Maybe that'll be the next thing. Oh yeah, okay. I take it back. This has upgraded it all the way back along here, and oh wow, that's probably that'll be why I got through them so quickly. That's upgraded it all the way back to the factory over there. The smeltery over there. That isn't quite what I intended to do. I'll drop back underground in a moment and fix that. But for now... But actually, when I fix it, I will get a lot more belts, so I don't need to go and get more just yet. We can save the green circuits for in about 5 minutes when I'll need even more. Right, where does all the copper come... Oh, here's the copper production area. Right, I need to get down there somehow. Let's just drop in here. There we go. In. Plus. Fall down the hole. There we go. Right. So, yeah, this has upgraded it all the way back along there, which is not quite what I intended to do. So, what I'm going to do here is pull out that and 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 that. And then I'm going to... downgrade this to yellow again, because having that right up at green made no sense. But this is going to need to be a green splatter. Splatter, 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 splatter. That one. So I'll put one of these in here. And you know what, I'll just use green ones for all of this, because splitters are cheap. So we do all of that. And then on the output, I mean, it shouldn't matter, but I'm going to tell that to prioritise that side. And same here, and same here. And also, I should pull up this belt. Okay, so that's now ignoring... I'll go and check on why there's nothing coming along this belt at some point. But now, we should have 2 yellow belts being fed onto this one green... 3 yellow belts, sorry. That one, and that one being fed onto one green and one yellow. Now, what's the speed difference between those? Is my question. So, yellows are 320, which compared to reds are 160. Are they 3 times as fast or 4 times as fast? 640, so it doubles again. We're having a conversation about this in the stream on Monday, in fact, where we're talking about how most factory games seem to go 1, 2, 4, 8, so everything doubles in speed with each tier, whereas Factorio goes 1, 2, 3, 4, so it only goes up one speed. It's additive rather than multiplicative, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, that is now a green belt pouring out over this way. Pouring out, I tells you. Until it gets to... Are you unupgraded? No, you're not unupgraded. You need to be unupgraded. I can sort of see it, but I don't know if I can safely do that. There I can, yes. Right, so now we've got more flowing along there. And hopefully... Yes, there's the next one. Right, so this is, I think, no, this is just another place that's making those components. Here we go. This is where they're being made. I want to say en masse, but it feels slightly disingenuous when they're not actually being made quite as quickly as I would like them to be. Maybe I should just run one of the belts of copper straight over to here. But we do have a solid yellow belt coming in here, which is then being converted into, well, we seem to have quite a nice healthy amount of the cables. I guess that gets priority to an extent. And nearly all of the machines are working, but we're just not getting any copper down to the end yet. But I feel like it's getting through. It's kind of hard to tell. I could upgrade this belt as well, actually. Let's do that, just for funsies. Upgrade that to a green as well, and we'll just have all of the throughput. Yeah, so some of it is being taken off to go elsewhere, which is kind of, actually none of it's being taken beyond here. This is essentially the end of the line. It's just half this being stolen before it gets to here. So all that's, we're pumping a lot of this into here, and therefore hopefully we're now making significantly more of the electronic components. In fact, we have filled this red belt now, at least for the moment. I think I want to upgrade this to a yellow, like that, and that, and also therefore this splitter, otherwise there's no point. Where do the components go? There they go. Oh, and immediately they run into another splitter. So let's upgrade you and you. Okay, there must be another splitter in it. Yeah, there's... My jetpack has a habit of turning off when my feet brush, well, absolutely anything at all, which is quite upsetting when I'm trying to fly somewhere. Can we upgrade that, please? Oh, no, it already is upgraded. Sweet. Alright, that one needs to be upgraded as well, though. Right, I think that's probably good. Or as good as it gets. So over... where was it? It was over here, wasn't it? Yes, over here. This is where I'm making them. We've got that copper pouring in at a rate of knots. And we're making that into electronic components as fast as we can with that level of copper. I think it's going to be worth bringing another copper belt over to here, and either bringing it in down there and extending the system further. What is this belt? There is a ludicrously long belt going off into the side of the mountain here for no apparent reason. I suspect I tried to build a long belt and just got slightly carried away with it and overbuilt it quite a lot. Let's get rid of that. So we'll go from there to there, and again. And I'm not actually necessarily really trying to save red belts. I think I probably have enough of them, but I am trying to save the place looking ridiculous. Okay, so that is now a larger quantity. The question is, are we filling buffers, or is it actually working? And I think this is the area where I was trying to make more of these robots. And we can see here, if I get my own jet plume out of the way, all of these machines are now working. So we weren't bringing in those in here anyway. So they must have been coming in here to enable these machines to work. And all three of these are now working. This belt is nearly full, but this one is rather empty. That tells me that this system here also needs a significant boosting. Do I mean... no, I don't mean this one. I mean this one here needs at least as much again. So let's double it. I would like to select a new area, and we'll select from... I said... right, okay, select area. Good. So from there to... okay, you seem to have a mind of your own today. That's fine. Let's try again. Start again. Select an area. From there. No, it's still got a mind of its own. Alright, fine. We'll play it your way. Bring that across to there. Now, it's going to do some funny business due to that splitter, use that splitter there. So actually, you know what? Let's only do 2 machines in this copy. So we'll take that much. Nope, still too many. 1 cube fewer, 1 square fewer that way. There we go. And now I can drag this all the way across to here, and then I can go. You know what? This is kind of in the way. So we'll do a copy and place, and then I'll close that for a moment. And go, you know what? I think it's time to play with the orbital laser a little bit and get rid of this hill. So we'll turn that on. Obnoxious sound. There we go. We'll try and use this a little bit subtly and carefully, because I'm aware that there's quite a lot of factory in this area that I don't want to wreck. Nearly did that bit. A little bit harder. There we go. There seems to be very little correlation between the beam appearing and the explosions appearing. But never mind. Right, okay, that's enough of that. Factorio expects you to expand your throughput by adding lanes before you upgrade, or a Satisfactory and DSP really expect you to just upgrade and not add new things. When you say adding new things, do you mean putting in more of what I previously had, or more types of thing, or upgrading to a new version of whatever? There's a brick in the way. Oh, actually, that's okay. The copy-paste thing can deal with that. So I open the panel, I can demolish that land out of the way, and then I can confirm paste, and zoop, just like that. We have capacity for more. Now, once again, that's going to push the problem back a step. There's now not going to be remotely enough electronic components coming through, I suspect. Although it looks like we don't use these up at an enormous rate, probably because this is a fairly slow build. That said, there are still not enough electronic components coming through. So, having upgraded this a bit, I think this has just pushed it back a step again, and I'm going to need to come back over to here and then start feeding another belt of copper in and joining it onto the system somewhere. So looking at this, yeah, as it is, why is this doing so badly? We've only got 4 machines running and that belt looks very, very empty. So there's a couple of possibilities here. One is to bring in another belt of copper and have it pop out of the ground here and feed it in and join it onto there. Oh, there's a single piece of yellow thing in there. That won't help, but it won't actually. Oh, no, there's more over there as well. Right, okay, that's why I wasn't getting through quite as much as I expected. There we go. Now we have a much fuller belt flowing along here, with occasional gaps where some has been nicked by a previous machine system, sure. But now that's running along at about the speed I'd expect it to, which means over here now we are having. Suddenly all of the machines are working. Great. That's much better. I'm still not convinced that's going to be enough though, so I think still, even so, bringing in more copper is going to be the way to go. So, let's think about that a little bit. Copper comes from over here. What height does it come through at? Let's go and find out, and then bring a belt through at about that height, all the way over here, to where I've got still more copper capacity available. I.e. this one specifically. So, we're at height 126. So that means if I go back over here, I'm probably going to run into something else as I go through, but I'll burn that bridge when I come to it. So over here somewhere, there we go. This bunny here. If I can get down to ground level at all. I can't get through, there's too many belts. Who designed this spaghetti torture system? Right, which one is it even? It's this one. So, this is all going to be yellow because I don't have the capacity at this point to do anything faster. So what I'm going to do is bring this down here, and then I'm going to cry a little bit because I was hoping to just carry on going downwards and go into the ground over here, and that's apparently not to be. There is concrete in the way, typical. So I guess we will have a little bit of a turny-roundy here. None of which I can actually do anything with. I just can't. This is so inaccessible. Such an awkward place to build. This is ridiculous. But oh well. No, not there. This is what I get for building a spaghetti nightmare earlier in the game. And a sensible person will probably rip all of this out and rebuild it. I don't want to do that. Just because it would be such a big job, and I just don't want to. I might as well let the mistakes of the past stand, and go in and deal with them as best as I can. Or, well, when I say best, I don't think I actually mean best as such, really. If I'm being honest, just fairly typically. Put a piece in there, and then create myself a little bit of space to work in, and this can carry on downwards. We're not quite at 126 yet. We need to go down another one like that. So this tunnel is going to take me all the way over to the copper generation area. So let's put in that and whoop, that, and then that and that. Right. So this is now a belt at the correct height to go for me to build all the way back like this and find where the copper comes from. So I'm going to dig the hole first, because if I put the belt in, what it means, I'm going to dig the hole all the way first, because if I try and put the belt in when I'm doing this, then it's going to get in the way of it. It's going to get in the way of me, and I'm going to need to make this a slightly taller tunnel, and that's probably going to breach the surface. Oh, I found some rock. This is much slower going and harder work. I do like the extra range you get on the mining laser. It's much better than the drill you have at the start of the game, which, I mean, is exactly how upgrades in-game should go. So I'm yeah, very happy with that. Oh, what have we got here? Nope, this is just iron coming up out of the ground to be fed onto the bus in a different place. So, I mean, that's quite convenient that it happened to come up, that they happen to miss each other by a whole block like that. But also, it's quite interesting that they're right next to each other, so I see these things as I trundle along through the world like this. I wonder how much further it is. I could stop and look at the map, but if I stop and look at the map, that's going to take up valuable drilling time. Oh, here we go. Right, this is where I wanted to get to. So, we're going to go underneath this. Oops. Oh, well, never mind. Might have to take out some ceiling across here just to get through. And then this final belt can go down under here. Oh, look. Even more underground stuff. It's funny funny what you find when you start digging, isn't it? Right, so we want to go across there. So if I go down here, and then, well, we'll get rid of all this as well, like that. So that means I can now have a down ramp here. We want to go down. Down goes. What? Oh, did I not? I didn't dig out enough. Fine. There we go. So I'm going to drop down to here and then place in a down ramp and then yellow belt. I said yellow belt, not yellow ramp. There we go. Goes through there. But only to there. Then I need to place this belt, because otherwise I'll work myself into a hole and there'll be problems. So I want to run this belt from there. Dumpty 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 da 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 da, all the way through to about here. Jump up onto here, and then we have an up ramp like that, That should, there we go. There goes some more copper. Excellent. So that's now taking my entire supply of copper. I should probably go back and find out why there's none on this belt. Because something has gone wrong here. There should be an additional belt of copper available here. And then we'll go back and check on that one. So somewhere down here there's a way out. Here it is. Let's go and investigate the other end of this tunnel. There's probably a missing inserter or something ridiculous like that. Or a single gap in the belt, or you know, one of those simple, very simple elementary mistakes that absolutely anyone can make. Oh. Right. Okay. So we've got 3 elevators coming down here. Stop it, phone. Bad phone. Right, and we've got 2 belts coming out of each one, but for some reason there's only 1 belt coming out of this one. So I guess I need to... I've not got any load. How could I not have any loaded? Oh, I wonder if any of my previous constructions have failed because I'd run out of loaders. I should probably go and check that. In fact, I might be able to check it from here. Yeah, there's 3 things missing apparently. So yeah, I've got 3 loaders missing. I need to go and finish that off. But then I can have another loader coming out here and feeding onto this belt here, I suppose, or maybe just nudge all of these across one. It doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go and get stuff. Oh, exactly, yes, a spiral at the start doesn't hurt. It's just a little bit untidy compared to what I was trying to do. Inserter. Yoink. Alright, it's because it only makes 50 at a time and I can get through 50 inserters quite quickly. Ooh, that probably means I can go to here and I can confirm paste and it finishes it off. Awesome. That was surprisingly easy. Belt speed's doubling as opposed to being additive. Factorio expects you to build a bigger bus and upgrade it. Others expect to upgrade existing lines. Yeah, I guess you're probably right, and that's what I've been doing here. I've been expanding by upgrading the belts to move faster, and then upgrading the speed stuff's being put on them at the beginning as well. Oh, that's now moving slightly jerkily. That means it's full. Excellent, or it is sufficient rather. That's really, really good. Yeah, I do have, down the other end over here, where I've started to do the bus properly, there is capacity to run additional belts either above or below existing ones. So if I wanted to double the throughput of these, well, okay, I could just upgrade the belt speeds. But if I could then hypothetically then run another belt of electronic components underneath this one, and then when it runs out, have it pop up and merge onto it, or have it merge on every so often, or anything like that. There are a number of ways it could be done, as long as I keep things being brought off the bus being done higher up. That would probably carry on working quite nicely. Right, so I've finished off my build. Where was it? There. So that's now making. What were you making? Are you making the? Yeah, you're making the flying robot frames. I can't remember what they're called. I'm going to give them a Factorio name, and that has now caught up. So that looks good to me. That looks very, very healthy. Still a bit short of some of these robot types. We'll come back and check that in a moment, because I still want to go back into my into my tunnel over here and upgrade that belt to and get the other inserter running out of that elevator. While I'm up here though, let's just check, because I should have, into each one of these elevators, I should have 2 belts running. Yes, I do. So yeah, that's why these 2 keep freezing and stopping, because there isn't enough being taken out of the bottom. These 2 keep freezing and stopping, probably because I'm not taking enough out right at the other end, but that's fine. Don't have a problem with that. So let's drop back down here, and then I can put in another one of these, boop, like that. And then, well, I suppose everything needs to be 1 belt across, doesn't it, really? So if I pull up that and put it there, and then pull up that and put it there, and then pull up that. Wait, hang on, Trent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. Oh, yeah, I see. Then pull up that one and put it there, and then run that one to there, except you need to be an output. And there we go. That is now 6 belts of copper. Ha ha ha. And this one probably won't be used for... Oh, no way, this one would be used. This one will be used because that's the one that's going off to the robot bus. But it doesn't seem to actually be flowing. That's weird. Let's go and check that. I feel like I go faster if I'm flying. Don't know if that's actually true, but it feels faster, and you don't get the clomp, clomp, clomp noise either. Yeah, that's the one that goes down there and under there, and then doesn't appear to be in use. That's very strange. Okay, let's go and check on that. Because that belt should be flowing just as fast as the other one that flows along here. So it comes up. Here, right, okay, something is wrong with this system. There is clearly a belt missing in there somewhere, or something like that. Ah, there's two pieces of belt that are the wrong way around. Okay, this is why I'm glad I came back and checked, because that's silly. So you go that way, you go that way. Then I play, can I get out? Yes. Can I still get out? Can I get further out? Nope, I am genuinely trapped. I think I am actually trapped in this hole. There is... Oh, no, there we go, I'm out. Right. Phew, freedom! Okay, so there we go. Now we have the green belt and the yellow belt both feeding the copper in here. We've got a green belt and a yellow belt coming out. So if the system needs all of it, there is enough to satisfy it. Kind of. Although we're stealing quite a lot of the green belt from up there. Anyway, this is much better. So now we have all of that we need. And this means there are now enough electronic components going along here. And you can tell it's enough because the belt is moving in this sort of slightly jerky way. So that is now, that shows that it is complete, there is back pressure on it. Therefore, there is enough stuff. So now we go back to going, do I have enough robot parts? You've all done it. You mean you've all got trapped in a tangle of belts somewhere and not been able to get out because you keep bumping your head. Is that what you mean? Because yeah, I could certainly believe that. Okay, over here. This. Why are you not running? What are we short of here? Why can't I can't see because my exhaust plume is in the way. What's this belt bringing in? Oh, glass. Okay, I'm not hugely surprised that glass is now a problem because I do remember glass being a bit limited before. That's kind of annoying because it's made a very, very long way away. I'm going to have to go and have a look at that though. However, first, all of my researches are finished, so let's sort of... I was going to say let's touch down and have a look around, but actually I don't know if I need to because I've got my big scanometron building up here that should be telling me about anything else I know, may or may not know about. But it doesn't seem to have rescanned everywhere yet, so maybe it doesn't. I mean, I know about it's scanning an enormous area, but it's not finding all the new things, as far as I can tell, that I should now be being made aware of, like what they call veins, aren't they? So, okay, let's scan with the old-fashioned scanometron. This guy. See if anything exciting is picked up. So there's a lot of pinging. So I don't see any veins. Now, is that because they show up, they look exactly the same? In a lava cave shaft, sure. Geothermal, lava, mineral rock. Oh, what's that? That's a different shape. So, there we go. There's a technomore vein. So I can go out there. I can put 16 drills on that, apparently. And I believe, from what I've heard, I believe that is functionally the same as the satisfactory mines, in that you have a steady supply of whatever coming out of them. What are you? You're a teluxite ore vein. It's the same sort of thing there. Oh, we'll scan and then eventually find them. Okay, yeah. So it seems to be doing quite well. So we've got a teluxite ore vein there and there. I haven't seen any. Oh, there's an iron one over there. Copper one there. Another iron one. Coal one. That's quite nice because I'm a bit worried about the quantities of coal I may or may not be getting through. But it looks like. Oh no, there's a teluxite. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any ore veins in the area. I was going to say in the area that I've explored. It's not quite true. There is an iron one right the way out over there, which is blooming miles away. And we don't have trains yet because that's at least 2 more releases away. Oh, and there's a couple of Telexite ones. So at some point in the future, yes, I will probably tap into these. I suppose what I'll end up doing is going out there with a load of solar panels and setting up one of these things with the with this little aircraft and bringing it in that way. So it's probably going to be the way to do it. Oh, okay. There's more to vein mining than I realised. Is there help about it? Let's see. Doesn't seem to be. Okay. Ah well, never mind. Data cable, flashlight, foundation. I still haven't used the data cables, which is a bit of a shame given how much I use the circuit networks in. Ore vein mining. That's the one. Ores can be found in small patches all over the moon. Large quantities, it's better to go looking for ore veins. Ore veins are large connected pieces of terrain that expand from the depths up to the surface. They're rare, therefore, because the limited range of the handheld scanner, it takes some time to find them. Fine. Use a different icon. Yep. Use a long-range module scanner module building. Multiple places where a ore vein miner can be attached. Oh, interesting. So there are various different heights. Okay. Right. Okay. So we can. So if I want, eventually, I may or may not get a fracking tower, which will allow me to use them, run them forever. Okay. Cool. That fits basically with what you're saying. Yes, it'll produce a nice steady rate of supplies. Okay. Well, at the moment, I think that's a thing that's worth knowing about, but probably not worth bothering with just yet. It's good to have it, but I don't think I need to go off and necessarily start using it yet. Let's instead think about robot supplies and then trying to make sure I've got enough of them. So we reckon over there. Now I think at this point it's kind of going to be worth making a few more of these guys. We've got a load of copper going in, sure, and we could do with. I reckon I could just copy and paste a chunk of this, and then we'll make them that bit faster. What are you doing? You're making those. So if I copy all of this. In fact, I should probably copy all of this as well. Right, let's just do one big, massive, happy copy. So I need that, and I need to select an area. And then I need to somehow get down into the ground and select from slightly under the ones that are slightly underground. So actually from here, yeah, that works. So from there to there to wherever. I would like to do a confirm copy. Do copy and place actually. If we do that, then if I just do a confirm paste, is it going to punch everything out of the way? No, it's not. Okay, so we need. Oh, maybe it is, but demolish. That's ludicrously powerful. I approve. Confirm paste. Right, okay, so I'm missing a load of stuff for this. Oh, actually no, I'm only missing assembler 2s and light pole 1s. That's not too bad. So I need to get some more assembler 2s, another 12 of them to be precise. Yeah, the blueprints are amazing. It was something that was frustrating me quite a lot before I put the mod in, and now to have it, it's amazing. It makes the game so much better. And this is coming from a Factorio player who's very, very used to having having them available as a thing. Right, so I can now place or paste. Is it? Oh, that has not done what I wanted. I think I probably pushed the wrong button. Anyway, that's enough buildings now. Let's get back over there and try that again with slightly less fail. I would like to put it. Oh my god. We'll just put it down there. Right, if we move it over here and move it over here, and then down a little bit, I think. Yeah, down one. Boop. Missing 4, ready 12, blocked. Okay, yeah, that seems to be right. That seems to be right. So do that and then confirm. Boop. There we go. Right, so the concern here, of course, is going to be that the inputs won't be sufficient, or maybe that the input belts won't be sufficient. These are both certainly possibilities. We can see now we've got a lot more copper flowing in over here. We've got more iron flowing in somewhere beneath my feet down there. And also, I suppose that this belt running through the middle here, carrying all the parts through, isn't going to be sufficient. Also, there are going to be some gaps in here because I didn't bother to make the belts meet the hypothetical future belts that I may or may not be going to put in. So let's do that, and then probably better check on the other side. And that one seems to be okay. That one seems to be okay. That one does. I mean, technically that one is okay, but let's do that anyway. There we go. Now all of that's linked up together. The copper is not making its way through because the belt isn't fast enough. Probably because the belt isn't fast enough. So let's do an upgrade on that. We may or may not have enough copper for this, but how are they getting on? Are they getting all the way to the end? Yes. Okay. It looks like, yeah, we have a plentiful supply of the these electronic components. I may have overbuilt slightly on those, and we now should have twice as many. Hello, spaceship. Twice as many of these little robot guys coming out. So that should now boost this up sufficiently that we'll have crazy numbers coming in. This should be absolutely fine. How's the iron coping? The iron is flowing in merrily, and not making it out the other side of these machines, shall we say. That is not the best of signs, especially as it's needed by all of these. Okay. So we need more iron coming in here, but we're already using a yellow belt here and pulling basically all of the available iron through. And we're getting occasional gaps because sometimes iron is needed by either down there, where's that go? That goes into the mall, or down there, which goes to science. So that's a potential problem. I can't just drop in an upgrade on that because the other end isn't going to have the capacity to provide more, at least not for very long. So, well, it's a little bit faster. That now looks pretty good, to be fair. I think we're now bringing in the robots as fast as they're needed. There's a ship here. We're chucking the robots in. I'm kind of tempted to say this is enough. Oh, they've hired the dev who made the blueprints mod. That's amazing. I'm very happy to hear that. I know the Factorio devs are almost notorious for hiring people who make good mods for the game. It's really nice to hear that the Foundry ones are getting in on that as well and doing the same sort of thing. That's really good. I'm very much in favour of that. Yeah, I think a lot of the modders who make these absolutely fantastic mods for these games deserve that sort of level of recognition. So hearing it's happening for them as well, or hearing it happening for him as well, is really good. Okay, over here, I think these are the vacuum bots. I don't really care what they do, as long as we're making enough of them, and I'm not convinced we are. In fact, I'm not convinced we're making enough of any of these. They all seem to be a little bit low. You know what? Actually, let's touch down. Let's have a quick chat with the space station and see how it feels things are going. Because we are shipping up lots and lots of bots, and if we go in here and look in the storage section, we can see that we've got over 200 of all of. Oh no, not the screen bots. We're short of screen bots, but apart from the screen bots, all of the bots that we have are over 200, which means we're starting to just sell them in the sell them on the standard on the open market. So screen bots are somewhere over here clearly. Put away. These guys. So we are not making these fast enough. These are the ones that are short of glass, aren't they? Oh, no, we seem to have enough glass. Maybe it's just that we are short of something here. It's not green, so it's not that. It's not plastic. Ah, it's the. Okay, now we're short of iron. Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. This is how factory games go. You go, oh, good, we've got enough of that thing. Oh look, that means we found another problem with the supplies. So where does that come from, and how can I make it better? Iron? Ah, it comes up here from the ground. Of course it does. Where else would iron come from? Oh no, it doesn't. I'll take that back. It comes along this belt here. Where it comes up from under the ground here instead. And we've got a full yellow belt coming up here. We've got a decent chunk of a yellow belt coming along here. I guess, I mean, I could just go, you know what? You get an upgrade. You don't, because I can't see you. You get an upgrade. Yeah, I can't see you. You get an upgrade. I need to switch this over to the splitters. Can't see it. There it is. You get an upgrade. Where else does this go? Down here. La 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 la. There's one. You get an upgrade. You get an upgrade. And I've run out of green belts, I think. Yeah, before it even gets to the next one. Oh no, no, actually when it gets to the next one. That is suspicious. That is close enough that it makes me suspicious. Has the other end been upgraded properly? Where is the other end? Here. Yeah, I just happen to have exactly the right number of green belts, apparently. Okay, then. Well, I'll need to go and get some more for what happens on the other side of here. But at least now we've got a full supply of green belts coming in here. Now, where were the screen bots? Not here. They're along... Here they are. So, however, that... increasing the supply of iron like that may well have helped. We should, yes, because there we go. We've now got a full yellow belt arriving here. We are occasionally snaffling off bits of it here to go down that way, and then a load more of it to go up here. But that might have helped a bit. We might have got a few more screen bots being made. Yeah, in fact we have. We've now got all but 2 of the machines along here running, and I assume it is still iron plates that are coming along here. Oh, actually, now everything's running. Problem solved, clearly. Exactly, producing more of A means more consumption of B, and if you find out that you've actually now got enough A, B, C, D, and E, then you make more. Then you realise it's time to start making epsilon and I don't know what the next letter of the Greek alphabet is, but carrying on along that, start making delta and epsilon because you've got enough supply of things. So yeah, that is indeed the factory loop. But that is now making quite a lot more screen bots. So for now, that appears to be okay. So I guess that means it's time to do the factory loop, play the factory loop, and say, well, let's have a look at some more science production at the moment. Transport drone assemblies, sure, why not? Robot components, that sounds like a good thing too. Modular storage, what does that do? Oh, large amounts of liquid and gases, fine. I don't really care about that, storing large amounts of stuff. I tend to work on a very much a just-in-time style of production. Oh, there's another new thing to make. Great, and another new thing to make. Lovely. Tend to work on very much a just-in-time type system where I want stuff to carry on just flowing through all the time. Ooh, combat robot assemblies and farmer and science are nice. So this is making the big robots. Assembly lines. That's going to be even more complicated. Wow, that sounds interesting and also slightly terrifying. I'm kind of looking forward to that in a slightly terrified kind of way. Ha! Yes, once you've built everything up, you then think you want to go in and optimize something. That's very true. Marine. There are a lot of robots to make in this game. Okay, but we'll work on those 3, and freight elevator 3, that sounds good, and assembly lines sound like fun, so let's put them in too. Right, so now the question is, what should be the next robot I make? I'm making the gnomes along there, and I'm making the mining robots over there. So, right, what's next? And I've finally got my bus sorted out over here. So last week I detangled it a bit because this one over here, I am not going to deny that this is a horrible mess. However, at this point, well, this is an untangling where it just grabbed the ends of it and pulled, and so by the time you get to about. Probably about here, actually, beyond where everything is happening. It is finally sorted out and now nice and neat, and I can start to do things properly. So we shall see how that goes, whether I actually can do things properly or not, or whether it's just entirely hubris. So the logical way to do this is to go, what other robots do my existing customers want? Actually, but we'll take a brief detour into here to do some leveling up of the robots I've been making, like this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and so on and so on. My theory is the product weight is the best one to level up, then quality up to 10, and then some production efficiencies. And I haven't bothered to try to think about the maths too carefully for exactly how many of each of these I should do. There probably is a fairly simple formula, or way it's probably relatively straightforward to work out, but I haven't bothered yet. Okay, so now if we go off and look at the galaxy map, I'm pretty sure most of my planets are fully satisfied, but I'm going to run through them fairly quickly and see. So Ororox has got all 3 types of bots at once. So Salaxian has got all its ones. Luthara is, yes, fully happy. And over here, Xandros does not... Well, I can't make farmer robots. I'm sort of researching those. Combat drones are a possibility. We haven't got any of the ones here. I don't know why I've even got this area. In fact, I haven't got this area. Maybe it's one of these, but yeah, I can't make it. Oh, heavy duty transport bots, could ship those over. Drodrom requires heavy duty transport. Aquatical bots, yeah, all these are a bit too advanced. These 2, I can at least get 2 of these, but then there's no new ones in there. So I don't think I've researched combat drones yet. Over here, we've got fully satisfied. Fully satisfied. Oh, they're light bot. Those ones are light bots apparently. Shows what I know. Right, we haven't got marine exploration yet. We might be able to do science assistant drones by now. I'm not certain. So Galaxon, Malevelox, snack bots. That's a possibility. They want a lot of snack bots, and a lot of generally everything. This could be a good place to go because I'm already making quite a few of these. And if I start making science assistant drones, snack bots, and cleaning bots, then they're going to be very happy. They are completely happy already. Snack bots, cleaning bots. Yeah, okay. Maybe it doesn't really matter, and I should just make whatever I feel like. Minor robots can't do cleaning bots, and are a possibility. Zerethics, no. Transport drones again. Science assistant drones. So what I'm seeing as I go through here is that it kind of doesn't really matter. There's a significant amount of demand for basically everything. I would like to think that the snack bots are bringing snacks to their operators, but maybe. Who knows? That's an obnoxious exhaust out there. Right, okay, so that's given me a sort of a vague feel with absolutely no real thinking it through-ness done. But now I'm going to go into here and see what I can actually make. So robot types. Planter transport. So snack bots. I don't think I'm making snack bots yet. I'm not quite sure why not, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Well, I can make combat drones. Alright, maybe that's a good one to do then. And cleaning bots. They're fairly complex, so they're probably going to be valuable. So only 80. They sell for 108. But again, they're quite complex. Oh, I need to make weapon components. Did I start making weapon components? No, just hover engines. Maybe I was going to make combat bots next, because that feels familiar. Okay, let's do combat bots, because they look quite lucrative. Even if there aren't in enormous places, combat drones rather, even if there aren't an enormous number of places that require them. So I need to make weapon components, because I'm not making those yet, but the rest of the stuff should all be on the bus over here. So making weapon components, then that's going to be in components, presumably. Yes, here we go. Weapon components is thermalite, machinery parts, explosives. Okay, I don't have explosives on the bus yet, but explosives is ignium powder and low density olumite. Okay. Fine. And so I guess I can bring explosives along and tangle them somewhere to bring them along here as the next lane, and that shouldn't be too difficult. And then yeah, okay, so that's going to be the starting point. Let's go and make explosives. Now, I'm already making primitive explosives. Just got taken out by a spaceship. I am already making primitive explosives over there, but that requires a steady feed of plant matter. So there is a better explosives recipe which we can do over here in the oil processing area of doom. And we need to find the low-density olumite. If you were low-density olumite, what colour would you be? Let's try and work it out. Pink. Okay. That's purple, not pink. But that is in fact low-density olumite. Okay, so it's a sort of purple pink colour. So I need to take tap some of this off, which is made here and consumed here at the moment. And I also need this red powder down here. What machine is that made in? In a fluid assembler. You're a fluid assembler, aren't you? Yes. So, and I could put this. This feels like a good place for the explosive production. I can put you there. I can get everything in that I need. Yeah, right, let's try this. So I'll pull up that. And then I'll tell this to... I don't know how fast I'm going to need these explosives, though. But we'll get started like this and see how it goes. So I'm going to need an inserter. That. Nom 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 nom, it seems to say. And then we've got, yes, we've got an input down here. We are a little bit lower down, but that... No, not you. Give me the pipe. I've not got enough pipes. Okay, come back over here to this machine where it says pipe in massive great letters and go, yes please. At least there is only one type of pipe. You don't need a bajillion of them for every single shape of pipe that you might make. So I want one. No, then I need the T-piece. That. Then I need straight, and then I need a corner. Like that, and whoop, that's up. Oh, goodness sake, game. Right, put that there. We'll take that, copy that piece again, because that is actually what I wanted. We wanted to be there, not the ridiculous place to put it before. And there we go. That is now, yes, that is now making explosives. I now need to get the explosives across to the other side of the universe, pretty much. Okay. So, that... Ooh, we could have them pop up here and then go out and join the bus from there. And while I'm over here, I'm going to get rid of these floating rocks because they're ridiculous. Stop it. That means you. Right, okay, there's another couple over here. Let's get rid of all of these floating rocks because this is ridiculous. I don't want random Tetris pieces drifting in the air over my factory. It's just silly. Actually, that might have been attached. But never mind. It still looks a bit silly. Oh, we don't want it getting silly. I said no silly. Right. So what I was thinking is, yes, we're going to have it come up here, and this is minus 221. Minus 221. Let's remember that number. Then I'll come all the way back over here. And start picking up some of this. Yeah, probably need to pick up another couple like that. And then we can knock out a couple pieces of ground like that and that. And then we carry on from there. So, we're going to have an exerter here. Exerting. Like that. And then we're going to have ramps going down here. Here, please. There we go. And the belt feeding that. There we go. There's explosives I wanted. Okay, so this is going to carry on down here and then down and down and down. So I'm going to go a little bit more down this way first. And probably just dig myself into a hole because that's what I traditionally do when I start doing this sort of thing. Hi. That's a bit closer than a bit close for comfort. Okay, looks like we'll be turning slightly sooner than I intended to. So we're going to go through here. But we'll carry on going down a little bit more because I don't want to run into too much other stuff that I've already built. So we're going to put in a belt like that, and then I guess another downwards and another down like that. There we go. So this is now this is the where we're going on. And I need to burrow this way now until I get to minus 221. That's rather a long way. I think I might be going to do this the easy way rather than the manual way. So let's dig out a little bit more of this first. So I've got a bit to copy. Like that. Then I can put in my belt here like this. Zoop, to there. Lovely. Then I can get out the magic copy paste tool and go, I would like to select a new area, please. And we'll go from here to here. Can't see. That's a shame. If I get outside it. There we go. That's what I want. Right, so we'll copy, confirm copy. And then I'll put it there and go, that's not in the right place. The problem with this system is I can't get to the bottom of this now without digging a sort of a working hole on the side here, which I didn't really want to do. But now if I get to here, then I can pull it down to there like that. And I can get back up and so I can get back up onto here, and then I can push this that way like this. Then if I open this the panel up, I can go delete all that terrain and confirm a paste. Then I can push this back again like this. This is where I could actually take another copy of it and make it even bigger, but I think this is probably going to work quite well. Demolish terrain, confirm paste. Ooh. This is what I wanted earlier. So I didn't need to dig that tunnel to the side. I could have just used the move south button to do this. Bim. Bomb. Where am I? I'm okay. Still got some way to go. Ooh, there's something here. This is where I built a hole out into the where I got a little bit overzealous with the mining laser, should we say? Cool. I mean, that's what the mining laser is. Sorry, not the mining laser. That's what the orbital laser is for, isn't it? Really, just generally for getting overzealous with. So we'll delete the terrain and we'll paste. And I think we should be nearly there at this point. This massive underground cavern now. 200. Did I say 200? No, I said 220, didn't I? 221 anyway. Right, so jip and paste. Right. So this, I believe, is where I want to bring it, where I want to surface. Well. Somewhere up here anyway. I mean, that'll do. It's within the area I wanted to come up in anyway, which is, oh no, I need that. One square sooner would actually be better. Let's do it one square sooner, so that I can, so that I can avoid, so I can go up on top of that. That'd be the perfect place to do it. Okay, so we'll remove that, and then we'll bring this round like that. And then a number 4, and we'll go up with this. So we'll go from there, to there. I need to now knock a hole in the ceiling, so that's fine. That's what ceilings are for. Maybe there as well. I'm not quite sure. Can't see what I'm doing because everything's the way. Rage. There we go. And now pop out of the. Come on. Let me out. There we go. Right, and let's fill in some of these holes now. Although I'm going to need to remove that one and then put in another piece of ramp like that. There we go. And now I can fill in the holes. That hole there. Okay, I'm okay with that. That looks pretty good. It comes up out of the ground in the right place, so I can now bring this along here and go. Where's my next? So okay, my next piece of bus comes along here like this. And boom, just like that, I now have explosives over here in the right sort of area. I'm glad I did that found that with the using the copy paste tool as a mining system. There's not very much explosives coming through, which is a concern, but nominally that has kind of worked. I may need to put in more machines for it, but yeah. So there we go. We've now got explosives happening over here. So that's fantastic. That was that's step one of what I was trying to do. Oh, pressing Alt to change the position. Okay. So if I've got a if I place that. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. Well, this would be a select an area. So if I select that and short that, if I now press Alt, oh I see. Oh I see. So you can push it. No. Ah, so that affects the other side of it. Yeah, that could potentially be useful. I think in the position I was in, I don't think I could see the top or the bottom of it there. That was the problem. But yeah, thank you for letting me know about that. That could be could certainly be useful. Right. So we're going to make some explosives over here. What goes into an explosive? No, not an explosive. What goes into a weapon part? There are three things: thermalite, machinery parts, and explosives. So there's my machinery parts. There's my hang on. Was it that type of thermalite? Squashed thermalite. Yes. And explosives. So I need to bring them all out and over to here. Okay. Right. So let's take out you and you, and then put in you're red. I'm thinking this through because I haven't really done this yet. This is the first time first time properly really using my bus. Actually, no, that should be further back because there's room under here for my splitters. So I put my splitter in there, and then put the associated ramp. Okay, the ramp has to go here. That's the nearest it can go. And then I can put this belt in going in like that. Okay, so given that, let's put my splitter in there. Okay, so that is in the right place. Then I can put some belt in there to finish that off. So that's now complete. Then I need to bring in my thermalite sheets. Where do they come from? Yeah, they'll come from here. Ah, there isn't quite room for that because because of this belt coming through here. Because I was a bit short of space at that point. Okay, well, never mind. We'll continue to sort of make things worse until we can make them better. So that's going to go there. Oh, except no, the thermalite's still coming down. Oh, fine. It's going to have to move even further out. So I haven't quite got to the point where the bus is stable enough yet for me to build in exactly the way I would like to. But we're getting there, and that I think is an important point. We're getting to the point where I'm going to be able to build the bus as the bus should be built. For now, it has to be a bit wiggly and kinky. And I've run out of red bells, of all things. Okay, let's go and get some more red belts. I want to carry on using red belts down here to start with for as long as I can because they're really cheap, and it just feels that I feel like if I use red belts where I can, then it means I'm leaving myself open to being able to do lots and lots of upgrades as required. So I come back over here and belts with this one. Yes, red belts. Yoink. And you know what? Because I think I need quite a lot of them, let's fly over here as well and get another 200 out of this machine. Prefer running down but up works. I need to leave more space between the sections. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean the sections of bus? Because my theory is that we have two things, then a gap of one, and that gap gives me a space to put in the splitter and then the ramp up like that, and then it should be able to just come. And it should, in theory, then just be able to come straight across. The reason that it's not yet is because we've still got things like this thermalite belt coming down at an angle and therefore getting in the way of everything around here, which has had to be squished a little bit out of the way. But I'm cautiously optimistic that once I get to the point of having it working properly, it should just work, TM. I might be being overly optimistic about this, but I feel like it's probably going to be alright. And I'm fully aware that this may just be wild mass optimism. So this then comes all the way over here to here, and then we put a ramp up on the back of it, like that. Then I can put in a splatter, like that, and then run this belt up into it like that. And that is exactly how it should work. I think there's going to be potential for some collisions and some complications with things like when there's a ramp in the way, for example. So I quite deliberately had these come up first because they're the ones, the most leftmost one. So I wanted them to come up and then go straight in. Then I had these ones because they're the next one across, so they come around and go in there. But I'm going to want the output to come out along here and then go down and go onto, I think, this belt here, because these are robot parts, so we might as well have them next to these robot parts. So let's put in some more foundation, just a little bit for now, and then I can have another belt along here like this that comes to here, like that, and then like oh, actually, this is the first one that's good. This is where they're first coming from. So this could just go along here and then turn and then ramp down and now become part of the bus over here. So then I can bring them up from here and bring them back in for when I want to make the next type of robots. That's the theory. We'll wait and see how well it works. But yeah, so you are going to make robot weapons or weapon components, whatever. And then you're going to get inserters. You're going to get a short one and a medium one, and that's all you need. And then over here you're going to get a short one and a medium one, and the medium one is going to be an X inserter like so. Section between setup, so you give three open blocks. Yeah, true. I could. Yes, if I'd left a gap of 3 here, then there would be room for it to come out. We'd put it in a splitter, have it turn, and go up, and then go over the next belt. That's true. So I wouldn't get the. It wouldn't look like this. It wouldn't be going diagonally like that. It wouldn't be carrying on along the bus, which means there'd then be room for another belt to come through this way. But this bus would be almost twice as wide, so it would come out all the way to here. Now, this is an infinite universe. I'm not going to actually run out of space, but even so, I still feel that if the wider I make it, the more belts I'm going to use up, basically. And this design seems okay. Now, it is going to mean that the next robot production system is going to have to be quite a long way across. Actually, not necessarily. I shall demonstrate in a moment, but first I want to blow up some mountain because we're starting to run out of non-mountain. So that is this, and boop. Oh, between the assembler sections, I see. So this gap should be bigger to leave more room for shenaniganery between them. I mean, yeah, potentially. If you're running out of space, and having trouble linking things together, then you're quite right. It does basically just means that you've not left enough space, because space is the only resource you can ever run out of. So I've overheated. So yeah, I don't entirely disagree with that. I may end up basically because of these. I may end up, because of this being coming out here and then needing to go immediately back into the next row of machines, I may end up having to leave a bigger gap before this next machine than I was actually intending to. Or alternatively, I could just have the belts that are coming across to have little extra ups and downs like that one there, because there is plenty of room to go up and over this one on the way into here. So there are many ways to skin a proverbial cat. We shall see. Basically, we'll see how the design goes and what particular type of fickleness I have as I'm placing it, because that's basically what this game That's what this sort of building game ends up involving. It's just sort of how I happen to fancy designing things and building things at the time when it happens. So your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. I suppose maybe I have a slight advantage in that I tend to know roughly how I think. But if you've been watching these streams for long, you've probably got about as good an idea of how I think as I have. Oh, and I've overheated again. Still, that's probably enough space. So let's put in a little bit more. Let's put a little bit more floor, like that. Give me a little bit of. It feels like thinking space. Even if I know I don't actually need to have any of this flooring down, but it makes it. I feel like it makes it easier to think. So my next set of. I've run out of assemblers. Can I have some logistics bots to keep me resupplied? To keep me supplied, please. Okay, so what I need to do here is go and get some more assembly machines. The problem is, the more robots I produce, and therefore the longer this this robot bus gets, the further I have to fly whenever I need resupplies. Ooh, I've unlocked loads of things in the. I think. Did I just finish one research that's giving me loads and loads of toys? I think I might have done. Problem is, stacks of assemblers only stack up to 10, and I can get through 10 assemblers very, very quickly. Maybe I should have this outputting into a box like I've done with the foundation over here, which I should probably pick some more of as well. Pick up some more of, because I'm down to a mere 100 and something. Yeah, it's because I've got so many different types of belt and crusher and other things, and I've got some random ignium powder as well. Let's get rid of that. I should probably get rid of the mining drill as well. Oh, and I should definitely get rid of the thermalite. Actually, I can put the thermalite sheet in something. Right, let's head back over. Over 1 million in the bank. You're quite right. Let's go and pay off the rest of the loan. Yeah, I think you're right, Regular. I think that might be it. Yes, the laser always originates from the same point. The point is, it always originates from my space station up there. So it comes down from there at an angle and will basically, yes, you saw the angle it was coming in at. That is constant. So even if it would be nice if it sort of gently orbited the planet and you could only use the orbital laser when it was overhead. Maybe that'd be too annoying. I'm not sure. Or if it sort of drifted around in an orbit like that or something, and it came down from different angles at different times. But you know what? I don't think it actually matters. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was going to pay off some debt, so let's do that. No, I don't want the orbital laser. I want station management and finances and debts. And yes, I've only got 230,000 left in my debt. Wow. What happens if I try and overpay it? Yay! Debt fully cleared. Right. Well, that's one of the things that I was trying to achieve before I called the game complete. Is now done. I guess I'd better go back to the here and go into the not the sales platform, the station upgrades. Now I did do an upgrade or two to the thermalite vault. There are no more vault extensions available. Okay, my current capacity is 1 million. I don't know what to do with all this money I've got. What do I need for this? I need the hull expansion. Okay, let's see if we can do that. Hull expansion. Right, let's do that. So we'll have that one. It's going to take 22 minutes to happen. Crikey. But having got that, we'll then take this one and this one. That'll take it up to a bajillion approximately. So there we go. Yeah, choosing your time carefully to make it, depending on whether you wanted to bore downwards or just completely flatten out a hill, would be quite cool. You could dig a massive tunnel across just tunnel out an area like this if you could do that as well. Again, yes, that would be really, really cool. But no, I believe the space station just always stays steady, floating in the air up there like that. I don't like these random floating rocks. It is weird. Can we have some gravity in the next update, perhaps? Maybe that'd be a terrible idea. I'm sure there are lots of people who built buildings that aren't properly cantilevered and stuff like that, and would be very upset if gravity was added as a new feature. Right. So, oh yeah, I need to check what actually goes into one of these robots first, because I need to make sure I leave enough room. So, combat drone is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So I need a full space on both sides of it. All of those, though, are things that can just be made I believe, are already on the bus. And if they're not on the bus, they damn well should be. So, give me that. All right. 1, 2, 3, and the inserters. Put that there. I'm going to leave no space because I'm an idiot. I mean, because I'm a masochist. No, I was probably right the first time. So let's make some combat drones, shall we? So, Thermalurmalurmalite. Now, it's a shame I didn't think about this slightly sooner, because I could have had that Thermalite being brought in over here and then use that for both of them. But it's not too late. It's not really too late. Yeah, let's do that. So let's pull up. Let's do a bit of a rebuild here. So I don't need that or that. Oh, I did need that bit of belt that I just removed. Never mind. That should go through there. There we go. So Thermalite gets passed straight through there. Then explosives can come in here. Like this. From wherever explosives come from. Which is here. Except they're not going to quite fit. I'm going to have to do a little bit of shenanigans with the old wiggly things. So I can put in my splitter here, and then my ramp there. So my splitter goes here, and then we put in a ramp there on the output of the splitter, and then we'll wiggle that round like this. Like that. There we go. So there's explosives being fed in there. Then I want to remove this belt from there to... I'll just remove it all the way to there to make life a little bit easier. Then the Thermalite pops up here. So we've got 1, 2 for the... No. We need the ramp there, which means I need to pull out there and there in order to put in my splitter. And then I put in my belt. Give me a belt. Belt goes there. And then I can move this. It's a shame you can't do no... Oh, no, that's... Oh, heck, that's not going to work. I'd have to swap these two over. Default world is floating platforms, gravity would hurt. Fine. Well, yeah. You just have to put in supports and stuff then, won't you? R&D lab can be increased forever. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that's something I could put in. So my plan here, yeah, needs these to be the other way round. Right, okay, let's... I mean, I've got this far. I've started, so I'll finish, as they say. So let's get rid of all of that. And that. And that. And that. And that. All of that. Right, let's start again. So, the Thermalite is going to be coming in here. From... Where? Stop that. Why have you... Oh, I pressed the wrong... There we go. I pressed the wrong button. That's on me. So that goes there. This comes up there, which means I then put in my Thermalite splitter there. Fine. Then my weapons are going to come out here. Where was I going to put them? Oh, right next to the Thermalite. Joy. Okay. That's okay. I'll just need to bring them along here like this. And then, like... Come on. And there's quite a bit of space here, because this is opposite a machine rather than opposite somewhere where I'm trying to feed things in or out. No, not there. Come on. It's surprisingly hard sometimes to get things to latch on to where you want them to go. Right, there we go. So that's going to be the parts coming out. So... You're going to be an output, you're going to be an input. You're going to not be that belt at all. Yeah, like that. So we take all of that out. Now I can link that through there. that through there. There we go. And I'm going to empty my pocket scissors into here because I've picked up a lot of rubbish that I don't want, probably including a load of these as well, actually. But never mind. Okay, and that now means if I grab this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop that. If I pick up both of those, right now I've got first belt, second belt, third belt, inserter. So if I put that there, then I have this one is going to be the thermalite coming in. This is going to be another thing coming in. This is going to be another thing coming in. This is going to be this row is going to be for my inserters. Then over here we'll have another 2 rows of things being brought in and 1 row of things being brought out. So that should work. Let's set you up to be combat drones once again. So that's the thermalite. So I then need to get advanced parts, circuit boards, engines, and weapon components. There's my advanced components. So let's have them come across a belt. They can be on this belt, because I think that's the next thing on my list. I've got a little list. So that comes across there, and then we feed them up over here. Look at that. There we go. It's starting to come together. Now that I've stopped trying to overcomplicate things, it's coming together reasonably well, I think. So that's the advanced components. Then it's going to be green circuits on the next row. So we'll take out that one and that one. Again, put in that and that and that. Boom. Why am I not getting any... Oh, I'm not getting any thermalite through because I haven't finished the belt. Fine. There we go. Oh, let's empty my inventory into here before I pick up more random trash that I don't want. Okay, so that's going to be my first 3 things: thermalite, advanced components, and green circuits. So how are we doing? Thermalite, advanced components, green circuits. I even got them in the right order. So it's just hover engines and weapon components that are still needed, which are convenient or very inconveniently right next to each other. Oh well, we'll deal with that somehow. So that goes. Yeah, still way out of range for exploding things. That's fine. So I need to extend my bus because that's what you do with buses. That and that and oh, I see. That and that and nah. I should probably do some copy paste around extending this. That'd make things a lot easier, a lot quicker. Maybe I'll do that for future expansion. But now I've done that much of it. Right. Okay. So having done that, you know what? I should probably also start copy pasting these things. But anyway, I want to bring out a load of these bits and pieces. So ideally, I would bring in the these motors here, and then I'll bring in these in the very next bay. I don't think there's going to be room to do that, unfortunately. So let's think about this. Yeah, I think yes. What I was meaning, blueprinting would be probably the way to do a lot of this stuff. I'm sort of still getting my bearings a little bit, so it's I'm sort of experimenting as I go. So the obvious way to do this would be to have my ramp for this one here. But then I can't. But then I'd have a belt going across there, so I'd then have to put the next ramp here, which would mean I wouldn't be able to get it across to there. So can't do that. So let's remove that. Let's fill in some more earth here so I can see and think. Right. So instead, what I'm probably going to have to... So I'm going to want this one to come out about here. This is now the weapon parts rather than the robot motors. Yeah, there's room for this. This is going to work. So if I put that there, I can then demolish that and put in a splatter here. Then I can put in another ramp here, demolish that and put in another splatter there, which means I can then run a belt. So now this belt can't come across this way, but it can do a little bit of a diversion like this and then come through here like that. It's a bit of a kinky one, but never mind. will allow it. And then that one goes across, and that one goes across there, bringing in the weapon parts. Fine. That's everything. That's everything I need for these bots. So then we need an output that goes all the way across the top of the bus like this, and eventually goes off to a spaceport, which I'll need to bring along, tap in over here. So that seems good. I believe I've got all my components, and everything should be copy pastable as required. So let's go 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 2, because otherwise it wouldn't fit in opposite that other one. And then over here we can go 1, 2, 3, and tell this one to be an output. There we go! Yay, I've made a combat drone. Are you impressed? I hope you are. Give that all my inventories. Right, so the next thing then is going to be to put in another one of these. I think I need to do a little bit more mountain sploding first, because this outcrop here is going to be very, very in the way. I've not lined that up very well. I'm going to blow up some of the stone some of the earth I've been harvesting, but I don't think I care. So we'll turn that on. Yeah, the chat lag is a bit of a shame. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot I can do about that. I believe it's slightly better on Twitch, but I also know that I assume that if someone's watching me on YouTube, that means they prefer watching on YouTube, because otherwise, well, you'd watch on Twitch, wouldn't you? If you had the choice and you would use the one, if there is a choice, which there is, you would use the one you prefer. So presumably you're watching on YouTube because you prefer YouTube, and therefore me saying that I believe the lag is better on Twitch isn't particularly helpful. So sorry. This is a very satisfying construction tool or destruction tool, should I say, to use. I'm sure there was someone on one of my previous streams who basically said something along the lines of the orbital laser alone was enough to convince them that they actually wanted to start playing this game. Alright, there's no point in having this too far away, so let's put my... I've expanded out even further than I realised. Okay, we're going to be doing some more demolition work. Now, I could cram in my my landing pads as close together as possible all the way along here, but then you're just stockpiling robots on belts unnecessarily and running them along much longer ones. So, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Twitch has both. Sorry, the Discord announcements has both links in, so you can choose your preferred poison. I mean, explode. You can choose your preferred what's the word? Site, I suppose. Service. Look at that! I've dug a diagonal hole all the way through here. And if you're an absolute masochist, you could try running both of them at the same time, so when one of them's playing adverts, you could watch the one that isn't. But I can imagine that being even more ridiculous. It'd be great for my viewership, though, so I certainly wouldn't complain. That wasn't where I aimed. Green. That's probably enough. I do like how I'm getting this massive cave over here with a huge overhang above it because of the angle the laser comes in at. Right, are there any weird floaty blocks that I need to deal with? Yes, there are. I suppose the risk is if they start putting in gravity for stuff like this, then they might start putting in physics for when you come up with some sort of horrifically cantilevered design that is basically only supported in one tiny area and is just absolutely horrific. Oh yay! Freight elevator 3, nice. And is almost as bad of a abuse of physics as having floating blocks in the areas. But I guess that would be a lot harder to calculate, so they probably wouldn't add that in. I do feel that adding in a calculation that detects whether you've just got weird floating blocks wouldn't actually be all that difficult, though. Right, so we're going to go from about here, and we're going to go... So it's 19 by 10 at this point, because I've already got one. 19 by 10. I'm glad I picked up a lot of this stuff. And I think I might still have a spaceport in my inventory from last time I was doing this. They're not... I don't see one. I don't think they're even called spaceports, which makes it slightly more awkward. No, I think I must have got rid of them all. Okay. Let's go and get another one then. And let's build the one bit that you can't make. Oh, I need some more. I need a little bit of iron in order to do that. So let's see if I can scoop up some iron on the way past. Here we go. Here's some. Put that away. Okay, so I didn't mean to cause such difficulties for you. But yeah, if you're well, I honestly don't mind whether people watch on YouTube or Twitch. The most important thing is that you are watching and you're getting involved with chat, which you very much are. So no complaints for me. But yeah, just use whichever one is best for you, basically. Spaceship pad. Here we go. Right, have that. Give me that. Okay, I've got loads in there now. I just need to come over here and grab the pads. In fact, is there a second? Did the second one appear immediately when I did that? If so, let's grab it. Yes, it did. Let's take a second one. It's not going to take up much inventory space. It's only one stack because it's an item. Now, at the moment, I've probably got 2 stacks of them because they're probably separate because they're so big. Yes, they are. There's one, and the other's wherever. It doesn't matter. Oh, there it is. So let's take that and put it in. Yes, but this way around. Yes, but no. There we go. Boom, spaceship pad. And then I just take this bell and I plumb it into here. Let's do it backwards for reasons. There we go. Okay, shipping pad is not configured. That's fine. We can do that. Configure. Stop floating. Why am I not able to configure it? Path towards space station is blocked. Aha. Right. Okay. I should have realised that would happen sooner or later. So I need to take out that block. There's not much of a problem up here. It is just that one and that one. That's probably it. If we come back down here now and just fall off promptly. Okay. I think the area above the pad is free of obstructions. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that one there is the corner. Okay, it's a little bit more blocked than I thought it was. So we'll try taking this one out and everything that's sort of inside that the little rectangle going from there. There we go. That should now be okay. Let's find out. There we go. That's better. Right. So configure shipping pad. I want to go from factory to space station, and I want to take up combat drones. Yes. And I want to set that to 22, because that's the capacity of a small cargo ship. A small cargo ship tier 2, rather. And in they go, just like that. Lovely. That's one very lonely one going, wait for me! I should sort of immediately summon a spaceship. Well, I say immediately. As soon as a spaceship is available, it should be summoned. I'm not quite, because it's now completely full. There it comes. There we go. Right, good. So that's that. That's that. Now, this probably isn't going to be sufficient. We're only making them. We're only launching them 22 at a time, but we've only got one machine making them. I think I'll triple this and then see how we go from there. So that's okay, and select an area, and I want to go from there. Why does it sometimes do this? I don't know. I don't know why it sometimes goes, you know what, I'm going to assume you want to go off one by one, but yeah, I don't know. It's probably because I'm clicking and dragging a tiny bit or something ridiculous like that. I'm not sure. But it seems to be a minor annoyance. Right, anyway, that copies all the way over to there. And then we go, yes, copy and place. And then 2, 3. How many should we make? Should we make 4 machines worth? Let's make 4 machines worth and see how it goes. Bloop. And blocked 2. Ah, okay. There's a bit of earth down there, but there's a bit of earth down there, but it's underneath underneath belt, so it doesn't actually matter. Still, I might knock that out for future building purposes. Also, I've got rather close to this back wall here, which means I can no longer use the orbital laser against it. Oh, but of course with the copy paste, I can just delete rock anyway, so it doesn't matter. The only place where it matters is the spaceport, and I guess even then I could use the copy paste to delete it. So, yeah, actually not a problem. Okay, everything is building. Lovely. Robot hover engines, though, those seem to be in a massive shortage. Weapon parts, there is a shortage of them. There is a machine that is not running. Oh, that's why the machine is not running. Fine. That's on. That's because I got distracted halfway through the upgrade, so pull all those out. There we go. Now it can start running again, as it should. It's probably going to be too slow. I feel like, you know, we could check the numbers. 15 a minute. Okay. These each take 6 per minute. So 2.5, and I've got 4. So a second machine would be a good idea along here. Okay, well I'll drop in another copy of that. So can we no? Can we select an area, please? I will go from. I can't get to the place I want to go from. That's the problem. Oh wait, yes I can, because I can select from there to there. And then go. You go down one. You go up some. I probably don't need to go up to the top of the machine, but I just feel better if I do. So we can confirm the copy there, and then we can put it here, and then lower it down by 2. Okay, and then. Confirm paste. Boop. Okay, lovely. So until we run out of explosives, and the number of explosives on the belt has got quite healthy, so we might be alright. We'll wait and see. But that now is going to be producing enough weapon parts to keep this happy. The problem now is with the flying robot chassis, frame, whatever they're called, things, which are being made here. Ah, and they're short of this. What is this? This is advanced components, and they're coming from here, where I have a glorious 2 machines making them, which is clearly rubbish. So let's put in some big extensions on that. I would like to select an area, please. I would like to go from. Well, we'll go from here, I suppose, since you insist. To wait, what? What is going on here? This is funny business. Oh, I see. It's a 2-step process. So we're making normal components and then making them into more exciting components over here. And you do 60 a minute. You do 45 a minute. So we need 1-to-1 for the first 3. Yeah, and then we can have a bonus one. Okay then, fine. From there to there. We'll sort out the ramp afterwards. That's fine, I can deal with that. So we'll confirm copy. I probably should have done a copy and paste here, but a copy in place. But never mind. Bring that up to there. Why? Oh, I've run out of. Is that a thing I've run out of? I assume it is. Assembler 2, remaining place 2, immerse it into 6. No, so why is that one? Why is that sad? Oh, is there a plant in the way? Have I got this out? No, that's lined up on this side. Why is there something sticking out for? Oh, it's a splitter. Fine. So that's blocked. What's that blocked by? Oh, I think it's blocked by the plant. Let's check that. Open panel, remove decor. There we go, that's fine. So now I can confirm a paste there. I can click outside the window, which is very helpful. Close that, there we go. Yay, I've expanded my hull. Lovely. And then I can bring this over to here. Oh, I see. It's doing the snappy thing. Excellent. So I wanted to have 3 of those. So firm paste, and then I want to just have the final machine. But first, let's fix this because that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. Instead, I want to run a normal belt all the way along here. Fine. And then over here on the other side, we had some weirdness with splitters, so put that in there. Also, let's run this along here so we can get the components being passed through. Please don't. Components being passed through, so I can stick a 4th machine on the end of here and have that, and yeah, just have that run nicely. There's a gap here for reasons I have no idea about. Let's copy that, put that in there. Oh, it's because there's a plant in the way down there. Let's put that there. I don't know why it didn't demolish with the other plant. Oh, no, I do know. It's because it's a different copy. Okay. So yes, to get the ratio correct, let's do one more. And I would like to select a new area, which goes from there. I would like to select an area, which goes from there to there, and up to, yeah, there. Fine. Copy and paste, sure. And then one more of those here, where I would like to demolish terrain and decor and confirm my paste. Right, that should be perfectly ratioed. So we're making 60 per minute, 60 per minute, 60 per minute, and we're using up 45, 45, 45, 45. 60, 60, 60 is 180, and 45, 45 is 90, 45, 45 is another 90, 180. So yes, those should be at perfect ratio, and we should have a lot more advanced components coming out until we inevitably run out of iron again, which is almost certainly going to happen. Right before my eyes. Yeah, okay. Actually, we have just enough coming in, I think. Yeah, this machine is getting the iron it needs. You know, this is really loud, really. This machine is getting all of the iron it needs in order to build these things. And we've got 60 of them in there. Oh, we're running out of electricity. That's going to be a thing to fix in a second. So we do just have enough iron coming in. So I think that's going to be kind of hang on all right for the time being. So that one red belt that's coming out through there is sufficient. I'm going to upgrade it to a yellow anyway, I think, just because I can, and it's strained, which means I can then come along and put in another copy of this when I inevitably need to fairly soon. Okay, so we have a power problem. That should be pretty easy to fix, because I can come over to here. Oh, I'm only on to thingamawhat's-its. That's no wonder I'm having power problems. Please put mouse back in game. There we go. That and I've run out of transformers. Wow, that surprises me. Where are transformers made? His power lines. It's probably going to be nearby. Steam turbine, pipe intakes, lava freight, casting machines. No, it must have been before all of this, presumably. So I guess it's down here somewhere. Foundation, pylon, transformers. Not a robot, probably not in disguise. Let's go and put in another one of those. That was down about here. Yes, there we go. So if I drop one of these in here, that'll bring us up to 3 transformers worth of power. Ha ha ha. And I need to cable that. Boop. Boop. There we go. And that should now mean that nothing is straining anymore. Oh no, we are still strained. Okay, maybe it's worse than just dropping in another transformer then. Maybe we straight up aren't making enough electricity. Grid stats maybe. High voltage grid is... I see where it says strained rather than stressed. Although, what have we got here? What are you doing? What are you powering? You're a little bit strained as well. I'm looking forward to being able to label these things, because at the moment, I have a suspicion where that is. I think that's going to be where I'm making steel underground, but that could do with an upgrade. But it's kind of hard to tell if you're not quite sure looking at the things that are being named. So, okay. Let's go and... Ooh, assembly lines. Sweet. Right, let's go and look into some of these power problems. So, firstly, let's go down to iron smelting. and have a look at the other end of here and find out what's going on with the basically put in another transformer, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be the one that's a little bit struggly. Ping. Iron smelting. I'm trying to think of appropriate music to play in the elevator, and my mind has just gone completely blank. I'll see if I can come up with something before I go back up again. Let me out. Alright, where is oh, okay. Where is the power being brought in for this whole area? Here. Okay, so let's dig out a little bit more. Like that. And then, no, put a bit more of this. More, a little bit more. One of these. It won't go, there's a power line in the way. Ah, you muppetry. Okay, we'll take out a bit more rock over here then. Right, we'll take out a bit of this, like that. There we go. Shove in some of that. Can I put it in here instead? Will you allow that? Yes, you will. Excellent. However, it just occurs to me, I'm probably not going to be able to connect multiple cables to the elevator. Oh, I can. No, I can't. I'm going to need to put in a pylon here. Oh, I've got any. Right. Fine. Lift, please. Back to so we're at iron smelting this time. We'll remember that. We'll come back to here when I've got some pylons. Going up. Diddle-oo. Right, where are my power line, boiler, turbine, pipe intake? I think it must still be over here for the mini pylons. Pylon, there we go. That's just what I wanted. 25 of them, not bad. That'll keep me going for a little while, given that I don't seem to need to lay them all that often. Right, back over here. Iron smelting. Back to them again. Right, remove that. And where's that going? Oh, it's going to there. Okay, that's weird. Don't do that. Instead, let's go from there to... Oh, for goodness sake. This is so infuriating. This game and its cable management, not even cable management isn't quite the right word, but it's yeah, deciding whether things are blocked or not. That's rage. Right. Give me more space. It's because the somehow, despite the socket on the side being way out to the side here, somehow it still interferes with the elevator as it goes upwards. And I'm not quite sure how that's supposed to be happening, but apparently it does, so we'll just have to deal with it. Right, so we'll put this all the way over here this time, and then we'll run the cable from there to there. That works, then to there, and hopefully we'll be able to run it from there to there without it whining at me about anything. Yes, there we go. So now we should see that we've got... Well, it still says strained, but that's because of this strain up here. This one. Hopefully now... Yeah, all of these are now in the green. All the very, very green in some cases. The black, practically, with some of these ones. Okay, but there is not enough power being generated. So, back in the lift. Right, and now I shall fly all the way across the world and go and investigate my power generation areas. So there's 2 of those, and I suspect all that's happened is that my factory has grown and grown and grown to the point where they're not... Yeah, I've got turbo on. Where then there's just not enough power being produced. However, I want to make sure that there isn't a crisis happening over here that's going to lead to me having a brownout or something equally unfortunate. So, over here, we have this system, which is bringing up the coal, and there is still coal pouring up here. These are all running. And then over here, there's also bringing up coal here, and this is running and this is running. Yeah, so everything's fine. It's just that we've reached the limit of what this can produce. Okay, can I go down here? Yes, it's this tunnel over here, marked out with rock. Drop. There we go. So go down here. This is from back in the olden days when I didn't have a jetpack. So if I wanted to go down and investigate something underground, I had to have steps. So this coal patch is holding up reasonably well. Now I should probably move these drills forwards a bit, but there's still a good healthy amount of coal down here. So that I'm pretty happy with. Let's move the drills forward like 3 squares, 4 squares. Just because, I mean, why not? It'll make it a little bit easier, and it'll carry on working for longer, basically. It appears the little robot guys can fly straight through Foundation. So the fact that I keep building out Foundation to make things easier for them is completely unnecessary. But okay, live and learn. Was that my last inserter again? It was. Have I only got 1 of absolutely everything? Ridiculous. Right. Put that in there, and then... Well, you come out of there, come over to here, like that, and boom. Now we should... It'll help a little bit with the rate that comes out at, and it'll mean as this gets deleted further and further back into the wall, we'll have... We shouldn't run out of... the robots will still be able to reach it. So, let's pull up that. So... And I'm going to dig through a little bit more here. I'm going to put in an additional mining drill. I don't think it's absolutely vital, but it feels like a nice idea to have a little bit more capacity than I built out here before. Wait, I can't count. I need another one. And I do have 1 more drill with me, so you know what? Why not? That there, and 1 more inserter as well, being the other important part of this process. There, and then. There we go. So now we've got 3 drills on this side, 3 drills on this side. Each one of those seems to be capable of producing enough to keep the system supplied. Well, there's a lot more coming out from... Oh, these have all got loads stored in their internal buffers, that's why. But yeah, there we go. We're providing enough to keep the system happy. That's good. And as I said, the other one's over here for providing another output, and that's the ones that are going up to the coal liquefaction. Not actually coal liquefaction, it's some form of coal juice. I don't know. Right, and I think this is the way out. Bump, 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 bump. Right, okay. So there's no problems here. So what I think this means is we're just using too much electricity. The factory has grown to the point where these turbines and the additional turbines over here in the geothermal vent are no longer enough. So that means it's now time to go over to this geothermal vent and set up a copy of this system. This requires me to remember how we tap geothermal vents. I remember it requiring an enormous quantity of pipe and normal turbines, but also some geothermal management doohickey bumbly whatsits. So let's go back and get more pipe and some bombly wambly whatsit doodlies and some more steam turbines. And see how... Actually, no, better idea. I'm going to go down there and get an idea of how much... the quantities I need everything in, because I can't remember what the numbers are. Lift these. This is going to take a little while, because it's coming from a very, very long way down. So yeah, I'm going to have to go down there, make my way all the way over to the geothermal facility that's over there, have a good look at that, check all the numbers, and then maybe even take a copy of it for pasting in later. And then I can paste that in at the new geothermal plant over there and get things sorted out. Come on, Lift. How far is it? I'm going to get through all of money to burn at this rate. Hello, Origin. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Right. And I want to go down to lava for geothermal. This is going to be a long journey. Yes, very much so. This is basically Factorio with Factorio in a Minecraft world. So I find it beats Satisfactory in that the entire world is deformable, destructible, and so onable. So, for example, down here, I've dug this tunnel out to allow me to escape into the. It's not the Nether. This is the geothermal area where all the lava is. But I can do a lot of adjusting of the shape of things of my world in order to produce, in order to get to resources and that sort of thing, which I find much more interesting than Satisfactory. Also, I think I'm enjoying the game more than Satisfactory. Now, to be fair, I played Satisfactory before 1.0, so I might be being a little bit unfair to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 2 of these to each one of these geothermal doobies. And what were these? Geothermal boilers. So I need 3 geothermal boilers, a quantity of foundation, maybe some stone and stuff to make it look like it's supported, and 6 boilers, and an infinite number of these pylons as well. Yeah, I played Satisfactory in the pre 1.0 era, so it was whatever the version before that was called. I played that to completion, so I did all of the things that were required by the space elevator at that point. And then I decided that I'd had enough of it. I'd enjoyed playing it, to be fair. I'm not saying I disliked it. However, it wasn't enough to make me want to go back and play through it again. Factorio is the one that I'm massively addicted to. I've played about 3,500 hours of that. Yes, Factorio is much better, I would say. I'd say Factorio is better than Foundry as well, although to be fair, Foundry is still in early access, so I shouldn't be too mean about it. Foundry I am enjoying a lot, I have to say. There are a few things that are frustrating. There was no copy-paste functionality in it when I installed it, but I did find a mod to add that in, so that's made the game enormously better. And there's no trains, but there's no trains yet. The devs have already said that that's something that's going to be coming in I think in a couple of updates time. The next major update, there's a minor update coming out that's going to bring in some extra mining tools, as in personal mining tools rather than mining resources. So I'm looking forward to that. But the trains are the one that are going to be really exciting, especially given some of these long distances you can see I'm having to deal with at the moment. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying Foundry. I'm very, very happy I came back to investigate it again. It's really good. I like it. Let's take some more pipe. In fact, you never have enough pipe. So you know what? I'm just going to steal some from this belt. In fact, I'm going to steal some from off this belt because I can run along it like that. Then I'm going to jump over here and demand more of it is brought to me. Then I'm going to think, what else do I need? So I'm going to need 6 steam turbines, 3 geothermal doobies, 3 geothermal boilers. I'm going to need more foundation. I've got 275 foundation. Let's get some more foundation anyway. Pipe intake, steam turbine. Yes, so I need 6 of these guys. And there's 5 in the box. Great. So I'll take them. There's another one immediately. Great. So I'll take all of those. Then geothermal boilers. Oh, I would like it if they could add in logistics bots to bring me all the bits and pieces that I'm trying to claim like this, because I don't know where. I have an idea of where quite a lot of my stuff is produced, but also quite a lot of it I just don't have a clue. And I've got a bit slack about labelling things. Now, that's a landing pad and a launch pad for a plane. Here we go, geothermal boilers. And there's none in here because it requires thermalite sheets. Do I have any? I do. I have 14. It requires more than that. How many does a geothermal boiler require? There it is. Geothermal boiler requires 50. So I need 150 thermalite sheets. Okay. I don't really fancy grabbing those. Ooh, we're not. Thermalite sheets are not being made quickly enough anymore. That's going to be something to deal with at some point. Put that on the list. Everyone, please remind me that I need to make more thermalite sheets. Okay, these machines only have like 3 in each. That's not very good. I guess I'll start doing this. This is a slow way to get hold of thermalite sheets. Yeah, my concern is that they're not being made fast enough anymore. So I'm going to need to get some lava lava smelters as well, because that's how you turn thermalite bricks into thermalite sheets. Let's go to the other end of the belt and grab them from here. How many have I got now? I've nearly got to 50. I've nearly got a third of the way to get there. Oh dear. Ooh, K2SE. Yes, we played. Me and how many of us were there? Yeah, me and three of my friends played through K2SE a little while back. It took us about. I can't pull them out there, can I? It took us about 2 years and 200 hours of play between 4 people to get through the entire game. But we did manage both the spaceship victory and the archaeological victory, so we were quite proud of ourselves for that. But yeah, K2SE was excellent. Fantastic mod pack. Very much enjoyed it. We've now started a new modded playthrough. We've got 5 of us this time. We're calling this one Planetary Pioneers, where we have about 20 different planets, 30 different science packs, about 100 more than 100 mods in there, and many other things besides to keep the game fresh and interesting. Do I want to go all the way down to thermalite mining in order to get more? Probably not. Let's just grab them from here as they come out along the belt. So yeah, if you feel like you want to try and go from Factorio Space Age to Factorio, Planetary Pioneers is essentially an expansion on Space Age. So we've got an extra, an extra 15 to 20 planets, and that'll probably increase by the time we finish it as well. So if you feel that Space Age was fun but you want a bit more, then that's the mod for you. And I can officially endorse that one because it's by, I was going to say by us. I mean, it's a little bit disingenuous to describe it that way because, there we go, 150. Because whilst we did put the mods together, we didn't make any of the planetary mods in there. So all credit really belongs to the people who wrote those mods. But you know, we put the pack together and went through and decided which ones are good. And we've got a big streaming series about all of that as well, which you can check out. We stream that every Monday evening. Oh, and there's the thank you, regular. That's fantastic. Yeah, there's the mod list of all the ones we've used. But there is now, if you're feeling lazy and don't want to download all of the mods and don't want to implement all of the mods yourself, you can just install the Planetary Pioneers mod pack. That's the term, I think. So. Yeah, we had a bit of that in Planetary Pioneers. We've massively rebuilt and possibly overbuilt Norvis because we wanted to have because we wanted a lot of supplies to be available from there for everything we're trying to build around the entire rest of the solar system. So yeah, it's yeah, we've gone a little bit overboard with that, and my computer is starting to struggle, which is a bit disturbing, given that we've only been to about 4 planets, and there's another 16 or so to go. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but we'll see how it goes. If you're at the stage of just before going into space in K2SE, you have got a long run ahead of you. So yeah, you can enjoy Planetary Pioneers perhaps in a couple of years. As I say, with 4 players. Granted, we're only playing about 4 or 5 hours a week because it was on stream, but it took us 2 years to get through the whole thing. I'd say it was 200 hours of actual play. So between 4 people, you could say that's about 800 hours. But if you're doing it on your own, it won't be quite that long. It'll cut it down a little bit because you won't have the argument and debate time with your compatriots. So it'll probably be a little bit quicker than that. And I can imagine you might play slightly more than 4 hours a week. Although yes, if school and university get in the way, I can see that making it a little bit awkward. How did we get? Oh yes, I had a long pipe of doom just descending from the sky. I remember. Yeah, I can imagine that would make it a little bit awkward. But yeah, see what you can do. As I say, it is a K2SE is a big old mod pack to get through. Right, so I want to go from here over to this one. So let's just go due west to start with, and then when I get to about here, then I can go due south and hit this geothermal vent here. Are there any other geothermal vents anywhere? Yeah, there's one right way over there. I think I might just set up another system on for that one. Maybe scout out other geothermal vents and coal patches that are near each other, and then try and get water to them. That might be the easiest way to get more power. Well, there's 2 down here. They're not too bad. Anyway, let's deal with the current problem before I go off and to deal with the next problem. So I want to split this pipe here and run way off that way into the distance. So we're going to cut you there. then put in a T-pipe. No, we want to rotate it. What's the other rotation axis? H. That way. There we go. We can rotate this way. And then that goes all the way over there. And then we find there's one of these things in the way. Now, upsettingly... Oh, actually, I wonder if I've done enough research that I can now zap through these. Nope, I can't. I still need to do more mining research in order to be able to get through those. If I go due this way, am I going to go straight into the side of this thing? No. Okay. All right, let's go up one. Because I'm probably going to need to do that anyway. So I'll bring that all the way over to here. It now looks like it's slightly supported, which is always nice. So we can do that, and then that. And then we'll go back to the horizontal pipe. Oh dear, I've made the pipe too long. So that means I need to cut this. Probably, I don't know where it's too long, but apparently that seems to be okay. Right, do I have a pump in my inventory? I hope. Yes, I do. Excellent. So put that in. That goes there. And then it won't work at this point because I haven't put any foundation under it, but that's fine. That is a problem I can solve. So I can put a couple of pieces of that in there. Oh, we've got another pump over there. Oh, right. Maybe I should have put the pump in just inside there. Anyway, never mind. So I now run that across here, like so, and so, and so. There we go. Now that pump will be powered. So I can now stick that in there, and this pipe will work. Lovely. Now I can strike off this way for straight on till Christmas. I'm going to have to come back and do this sort of whole thing again with the pylons as well to get the power through. But Celebi. Zoop from there to there and there. How am I doing? Nope, not even remotely far enough. And this time I have run into a column of lava rock that I can't get past. So I'm going to have to loop around. Oh, there's the patch over. There's the geothermal vent. That's where I'm trying to get to. Unfortunately, you can only build pipes orthogonally. This is not satisfactory where you can do things on an arbitrary... that's not what I want to do. I want to do that one. On an arbitrary grid, you have to stick with the actual game grid, like a la Minecraft. But in a way, that makes things a bit easier. Okay, Origin. Well, thanks for stopping by. Maybe drop in again on a Monday, and you can see us playing Planetary Pioneers. That might be more to your interest because it's Factorio. Right, where's the next gap? The next gap is here, so I need to come over to about where I am now. So here. Great. Be good to have you around. See you next time. So it goes all the way over here. Right, okay, there are those lava vents. If I go past one more rocky outcroppy thing, I'm amazed I haven't run out of pipes yet, actually, because I forgot to get any more of them. So I build that to there. Then I can put in a corner, like there. This. Boink. No. Oh, yes, that is in the right place. I apologise. I apologise for my tone of voice. And then this goes out this way. Oh, and there we go. I've run out of pipes. That was pretty much an inevitability. These are long, long pipes that I'm running out here. You know what, though? While I'm heading through this way, let's start trying to put power down as well. So I've got all those pylons I picked up last time when I was back in the factory trying to expand something else. I forget what at this stage, to be honest. So let's start. I'll start it tucked in here, and then we'll head off. Right. So we want to aim for basically through there somewhere. But let's see how. Let's take the direct route with the pylons because I can. Whoop. And we'll have the traditional problem of not knowing how far you can drag them before they'll stop working. But oh well, we'll deal with that as we go. Am I going to be able to get over that gap? I do not know. Nope. What if I put one here? Can I then? Nope. Alright, let's delete that then. And I've got crazy amounts of... Have I got stone as well? Let's use stone if I can, because that would look a little bit less out of place randomly on the lava. Can't place it there. What I can do is I can do this. I can put in a random floating island there. That only looks slightly ridiculous. I should probably link that to the mainland, actually. Yeah, let's link it to the mainland, because this looks ridiculous. There we go. It's a thing, a spur sticking out from the columns over here, and it's only holding up a pylon. So I feel like that's an acceptable level of cantilevery. And I'm going to need to do the same again over here by the looks of it. Let's have another stony outcropping coming from here, going out. In fact, I might as well make this a bridge all the way across. Like that. I don't know why I made it too wide. It doesn't need to be. Okay, that goes from there to... Are we cabling? Yes, we are. No, we're not. Come on. Cable goes from there. Right, there we go. There to there to there. Don't put it on top of a weird plant outcropping thing. That's just strange. There. Can we get across this? Yes. Ooh, only just. There's a couple of lucky ones in there. That's not bad. I'm not going to balance them on top of the pipes. That is also weird. And I try not to be weird. I mean, I don't do a very good job of it, but you know, a little bit of effort, a little bit of an attempt. You know, sort of nominally. No, 0. There we go. Build that from there to there, and then to there. Lovely. Right, so that's the power going all the way out there. Now I need to go. Now I need to go get more pipes, and hopefully that's going to be everything I need. Surface. Gravity is a lie. Reject structural engineering. Yeah, kind of. Here we go. Ping! Oh, fail at jetpack. Try again. Okay. Down to 1.5 gigajoules of jetpack fuel. I think that seems to still be okay. I don't feel... I only really start to worry when it drops below 1 gigajoule. But, yeah. I don't know what that bar on the right-hand side is. Oh, it's my consumption rate, or possibly my speed. Hello, Sophia. Welcome. Good to have you around. Busy evening, I take it. Bloop. Right, let's get some more pipes. Pipes. And then also pipes. That's steel, Laurence. Pipes. Do I want more pipes? Probably. I did have nearly enough pipes. I got most of the way there. But then there's going to be a load of handling steam and stuff as well. So let's try and just get whatever I can. I could upgrade this belt here so I could get a lot more pipes. You know, the sensible thing to do here would be to have the pipes all be unloaded into a box so that I can come out and grab more than just the Mumble 100 that are in the machine when I come out to it, rather than faffing around with the belts. But, yeah. Avasti, scurvy wench. Yeah, I should put some sort of box on the end here, like I've done with the Foundation down over there, and have a sort of a pass-through-matron, grabbing the pipes out of the box and just making them available for me to grab, but not right now. Okay, so hopefully all those bits and pieces I've picked up will be enough for me to put in another geothermal power plant, and then have enough power to power everything. Since the factory was starting to complain and creak a little bit at the edges. Okay, that sounds like a nice idea. I'll be interesting to. I'll have to see if I can join it from Malta. So yes, as Sphere is hinting at, there will be no streams next week because I'm going to be away on holiday. So I certainly won't be. I won't be at my computer, so I won't be able to join in when play Factorio or Foundry. So, but the videos will carry on as normal. And it sounds like Sophia is threatening to do a stream anyway. Presumably, I'm guessing it's probably going to be on Mike's channel. Although I suppose I could theoretically give you access to mine. Although I don't know if that's a sensible thing to do or not. Ping. So it sounds like there's going to be some sort of talking about some sort of show and tell and chat and information about the and just answering any questions that the audience have. That could be quite fun. All right, where's my pipe? Here's my here are my vents. Here's my pylons. There's the pipe. Let's go and connect to it. Oh, doing it on Discord. Okay. That'd be even easier to join. Even easier for me to join then, I suppose. Yeah, that's a nice idea. I do like the idea of sort of keeping something going even when we can't do a proper stream. Right. What was it? There's the geothermal. Oh, I've got 4 of them somehow. Okay, fine. Which way around? Right. Okay. So let's have the inputs on the left, and therefore the output on the right. No, there. Yes, there we go. Output on the right. That's kind of awkward. Let's start again. Let's put the inputs on the near side and the outputs on the far side. Because otherwise I'm going to run into problems with those pipes. I mean, actually, it probably would have worked, but I think doing this is going to be slightly easier. There we go. Bump. Go. Okay, so I want to have. So I need. This is where I'm going to need even more pipe. So we've got inputs on this side, right? So I need pipe. I've only got 83 left. I hope that's enough. I will feel quite silly if I run out of pipe again. Where's the pipe? There's the pipe thing. Okay, so I want you to be a corner. That way. Then straights like this. Yes. Don't fall in the lava. It doesn't actually hurt, but I sort of feel like I should pretend it does. Run this over to here. Then we have another T-piece. Yes, it's the right way around to start with. And then that. And that. And I can run this across. Actually, let's run this straight down to the. Let's run this straight down to the ground, or not the ground, but the lower level, like the where the other pipe is coming in from. Oh, we've gone over length here. I wonder how much by. Problem is, it doesn't tell you how much you've overextended your pipe by, and I haven't brought the electricity anywhere near the pipe for most of it, which is awkward and foolish. Let's put a cut in it here because this is a convenient place. So I'll cut my pipe like that. Oh no, actually needs to be. No, I take it back. There is enough gap underneath it, so I can put in some foundation like this, and then like this as well. And then put a pump in here. Unfortunately, I've still got loads of pumps. Pump. That guy goes here. And then that's not going to have power at the moment. That's what's got a red light on it, but that's fine because I also have somewhere. There we go, transformers. Not in disguise. Put that in there, and then cable it from there to there. Boom! Pump starts working. Got yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, green. I don't know what yellow means. Maybe it means it can't actually pump anything through, but it's there. It is now seems to be functional. So I can now fly back over here and continue extending the pipe. From here. Comes to about here. Then we can have another corner. That way. No. That way. There we go. Good. Yeah, that's sort of what I was sort of assuming this. Sort of assuming that's a fear, but I am honestly not sure. It's I suppose the entire game is Foundry, so it has to differentiate itself from Vulcanus somehow. Yeah, and I mean, I have to say, I think I might have said before, possibly even when you were here, but I'm really enjoying the whole 3D-ness of this game. It does make things very interesting. I'm definitely a fan. Okay, my next question is, can I destroy these stalagmites? Yes, I can. Excellent. It gives me a load of stone as well when I do. Right, so what I'm going to need to do next is put in a load of the building block here. Sorry, I usually call it foundation, so let's carry on doing that. I can't remember how big it needs to be for the turbines, but let's start like that and see how we go. Why am I not seeing output information on the vents there? Do they need any kind of? They can't need a recipe, no. Maybe they only appear when you're holding a pipe or something. But anyway, sorry, I distracted myself. So I will now need some of these. I need 6 of these guys, and these are quite large, as you can clearly see. Right, it needs to be that way around, so I need to put that there, and obviously, need to then extend the foundation to completely undermine it. I mean, to support it. Let's use the word support. That's a good word. 1, 2, 3. So that's half of them. Jeez. I hope I've got enough foundation. No, I haven't got enough. Oh, I'm going to have to go back again and get more foundation. Oh, for goodness sake. Still, I've got halfway there. Whoa. Which is, I suppose, a start. So now I can go back to putting in pipes. Where's my pipes? Pipe. There we go. Right, so I want you to be a T-piece, like that. I want you to be a T-piece like that. Oh, that pipe's kind of in the way still. Oh well, never mind. I'll make it work. Then I want one like that, one like that, one like that, and no, one like that. There we go. Those are all my. That's the most of the pipes. Right, then I need corners. I need down corners on here, like that and that. No, don't fly into that collision box. There we go. And that. Then I can link these up with straight pipes, like so. I can link. Oh. I put these buildings so close together; it's really hard to avoid flying into their collision detection areas all the time. There and there, and also it's going to be the same 2 over here. But then I'll need another corner at the bottom of here, like that, and then straight from there to there. Hooray! I've got enough pipes to do this bit, to do the first 3 machines. How many pipes have I got left? Because I'm clearly going to need more for the next ones. Oh no, I've got sort of 34. Might be enough. In fact, that will be enough. Okay, but that's not everything. I still need to run power to over here. How am I going to do that? Probably around the. Okay. And I think the answer is one possible answer is to go underneath, but I don't think I can. So I'll pile on there. Can I pile on there? No, it's going to collide with everything. If I put one there, can I then put one there? Put one there, which will kind of do. It's going to get in the way of the pipe, though. Have I got much cable slack left? what if I make that a little bit higher? Will the cable still reach? Yes. Good, because that means I can then remove that piece there and just have a weird floating pylon. So that's not good. That's not good enough. So in order to not have a weird floating pylon, I shall put bump, bump, bump like that. And then from here, can I reach that one? Can I reach that one? No. There's a the machine itself is in the way. Can I run this to here? Here. Yes. So I can put it on top of the pipe, which feels wrong somehow. What? Your own cable is in the way? Oh, this game, honestly. Or, oh no, that's part of this turbine is blocking it. This game is problematic when it comes to running cables. Let's put that there, and then extend that out this way. What? No. Extend this out. Oh, I've run out. Okay, let's not use that. Let's use stone, because I've got a functionally unlimited amount of that. Build this out like this. But you know what? Let's build that out straight into the side of this and call it a support, so that this isn't just floating in weirdly in space. Then let's bring that from here to all the way out here. Can we go from there, please? Thank you. As far out as it'll go, like so that's there. Then I can run a cable to there, and hope. Oh, it's still jamming. This is really really frustrating. I think this is again something that they're fixing in the next release. They're going to make the run out of power poles. Oh, for goodness sake! Oh. Right. One of the things another of the things they're fixing in the next release is the clipping on these cables, because that is ridiculous. Ridiculously frustrating. So the reason I've built it like this, with it going along here, is that I intend to put in another 3 generator turbines, going out that way once I come back with some more foundation. So I need more foundation, I need more cable, and I possibly need more pipes, although maybe not, because I seem to just about be holding on with the pipes. Pipes seem to just about be okay. Yes, this is entirely cosmetic and not actually necessary. Oop, that was wider than I intended, but never mind, that just makes it look stronger. There is a vertical build mode, actually. If I hit Y, then I can do that like that. That's a bit quicker and easier. Right, okay, it's time to fly all the way back over to the main factory. More foundation, more pylons, more pipes, and then I should be good to go. Am I going even going in the right direction? Yes, there's my pipes over there. Right, and here's the exit. Zoom. What happens if you're flying when you get in a lift and start going upwards? You just carry on flying in the lift, floating the same distance above the ground. That's mildly amusing. Yes, apparently momentum means nothing to this giant robot. Yes, oh, hello, Smokey. Sorry, I didn't see your message. I was too busy concentrating on trying to work out what on earth I was trying to build at that point. Hey, welcome to the stream. Can you destroy the stalagmites with the orbital laser? Ooh. It's an interesting question. I think technically, I suspect if the orbital laser could hit the stalagmites, I think it would destroy them. However, I think you would struggle to make the orbital laser hit the stalagmites, because I think it would hit the tougher rock that you can't dig through, and you'd probably find that you can't orbital laser through it. It's an interesting question, though. And one that feels vaguely worth investigating, but not right now. Also, with questions like that, I feel like I should call you Breeze. No, not brie, sorry, ham. And if you don't recognise the reference, you should read more Mistborn. Right, it's another 25 pylon. So I've got the pylon, and the other thing was foundation, so I'll do some of that. Boop. And let's get rid of some random steel I seem to be holding for no apparent reason, and some random copper. With those. No, I said get rid of that. There we go. The rest of it, I don't think I need. I don't actually need explosives. Wrong. So I don't need those sort of. I need these sort of explosives. They're fun. The other sort, not so much. I also don't need any coal rubble, or biomass. I can go too. Okay, that's brought my inventory a little bit more under control. So, is there anything else? Do I need more rocket fuel? I'm getting quite close to the 1 megajoule. Let's stop off here and pick up some more jetpack fuel. Is it you? Are you jetpack fuel? Yes, you are. Yoink. There we go. Now I've got about 6 megajoules available. That's a much happier amount to have. Yeah, only one way to know for science. Yeah. Can we fly a bit? Could I get another jetpack upgrade? Let's have a look. Ooh, yes, but not until I do another science pack. Oh, shame. It'd be nice if there were quicker ways of getting around. So there are the conveyors. Maybe I should try making some really long conveyors of the highest tier and putting them in underground, just for getting me around a bit quicker. But the thing is, there are so many different places I want to go to, that I don't really feel like I can go in and put in specific conveyor belts saying, right, this is the one that takes me from one end of the bus to the other end. I mean, I suppose. I could have a couple of conveyors running up and down the whole sort of length of the main part of the factory. Well, that'd help a bit. And then maybe another pair that comes all the way out to this elevator, so I don't have to fly back and forth. But I don't actually know if they'd be any faster. So, yeah. I don't know. Bing, bing, bing. Right, hopefully, nth time lucky, this time I will actually have all the bits and pieces I need in order to get this power plant up and running properly. So let's do this with the magic copy paste, because I've already put in three turbines and mostly config. Oh, actually, let's put in. Yeah, no. Let's just do this. I want to. Oh yeah, I need to select an area. So I want to go from there to there, and then to there, and we will say copy and place, because I don't want to do anything too funny. And then go bip, and okay, something's blocking that one. Oh, it's. Nothing should be blocking that. Oh wait, yeah, I need to place it, because I can't do a paste in place because I need to have that gap between them. Sorry, I can't do copy in place because I need to have the gap between them. So I need to put that there, and then I need to get it at the same height, which it is clearly not at the moment. Let's make it. Nope, still not. One more up. Boop. Yeah, that looks about right. There's a little bit of collision along there, but that's fine. We can break that and deal with it. So if I open up this, then we can do demolish terrain. That gets rid of that stone along there. Then I can do a confirm paste, and boom, just like that. Yeah, it's all full of ticks. Sweet. In fact, this is upgraded because that used to just be numbers, I think, and it wasn't as helpful as it is now. So I think there's been an improvement in this mod. So, oh, wait, what? Yeah, I don't want all of that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is correct. Except for this pipe here. We don't want that. And technically... Oh, I don't actually... Straight up don't want that. Then along here, I don't want that. That doesn't need... A couple of these... That one and that one don't need to be T-pieces. There's no harm in them being T's. It's not like it's going to leak or anything like that. But I might as well keep it as it... Sort of as it should be. Then over here... I can now continue with my cabling. So run up from there to there, then from there to there, and from there to there. Lovely. Also from there to there. And in the interest of actually making this work, I'm going to have to continue this and do the same on the other side, because of the aforementioned clipping shenanigan. I don't actually want to make that as tall as that. Let's make that like that. And before I confuse myself again, let's stick that back into horizontal drag mode, because that will really confuse me otherwise. Then a cable goes from there to there, and there to there, and there to there. Right, now that is everything plugged in to the high voltage power network. So they're all connected. All 6 machines are connected along here. Then this cable goes out to there and all the way back to the main factory. So if I can find the control panel on one of these machines, they're all on the other side. So let's go over here. It's probably going to be easier to spot it. There it is. So I can now boop the grid stats button. And now our power sources, we have a bit of headroom available, so that's much better. Previously we were pushing up really close to the available amount of power. Now there's a little bit of headroom, so that's much better. All of these seem to be very happy. There's none of my low voltage grids seem to be having any trouble at all, so that's good. Right. Yeah, maybe it should leak if you leave a flat bit on the end of a pipe like this, and so I should have to come in and put in a corner here instead of a T, and so on in all kinds of other places. Maybe it should, but I suspect that would be frustrating rather than fun. Alright, so that's down and in. So if I can't, unfortunately, because you need to have these specific geothermal vents. It's not just put one of these in over the top of lava, it's put one of these in over the top of a geothermal vent, and there's only 3 of them here, so I've claimed all 3 of them. I have also claimed these 3 up here. So if we look at the map, we can see that this purple line here is an underground pipe, is a pipe. Comes all the way over to here, and also goes all the way up to here, where there's another set of geothermal vents. There aren't any more geothermal vents in a distance that I would be comfortable running a pipe to, should we say, because anywhere else is going to be absolutely ridiculous. This one was bad enough running it over there, mostly because I didn't bring out enough. I suppose actually this one over here is not much further away. I could possibly run another one over here, and get some power out of these ones. Then there's some more down here. That's far too far away. I don't want to run a pipe that far. So beyond that, at that point, it's go out and look for places where... Right, so what do we need if we want to actually get power running properly? Well, we need to have coal and water reasonably close together, and we need to have one. So that's a red one and water, which is all this blue stuff. Then we need a grey block, because that's a lava shaft, where you can run a pipe, where you can actually dig through the all the way down, so you can run your pipe of coal water from the surface all the way down to way underground, and then you have to run pipes from there to the yellow blocks. So we need a red one that's quite close to water, and also close to a grey, ideally close to a grey shaft, and then some yellow ones that aren't too far away from that. So there's quite a lot of requirements. So looking around a bit, I'm not seeing very many. Oh, there's this. This is quite good. There's some coal here, and there's geothermal vents there, and actually those ones as well. They're not too far away, and there's another coal patch here. So these are all quite. There's a lava cave shaft there. So this is really good. So I could run. If there's water anywhere near here, then I could make my coal water here, pump it into the lava cave shaft, and then get off to the geothermal vents down here. And then more. There may be more further around as well. So yeah, I've done 2. There are 2 types of exploration in this game. One is where you've been yourself, which is where you discover the terrain, and then the other is where you've scanned. And initially in the game, you have this little handheld scanner thing that is. I mean, it's good enough for that stage of the game. I'm not going to call it rubbish, but it's not amazing. That will scan a small area around you. But I've also built another scanning building now, which is enormous. It's this building here, and that will scan a much bigger area, as you can see. So it's scanned all the way out to here so far. I can't zoom out any further, which is quite annoying. But yeah, it's scanned all the way out to here, and then there's this grey area out here that I haven't scanned yet, and I know absolutely nothing about. So yeah, there's various levels of these things. Oh, here's another coal patch that's relatively close to 2 geothermal vents, but there's no grey bits around. Oh, there's some up there. They're not too far away. The other thing is, ideally, I don't want to go too far from my base because I have to drag pylons out to wherever I discover my geothermal patches. And that's a little bit of a faff too. Actually, no, technically I have to drag the pylons out to wherever I discover the lava cave shaft, and then I have to drag from the bottom of the lava cave shaft out to the geothermal vents in order to get the power there. So it's worth trying to find somewhere where all the resources you need are reasonably close together. Like there's one where there's some geothermal vents quite close to a lava cave shaft, but the nearest coal is all the way over here. That said, that's not that far away. I could run a belt from there to there without too much difficulty. But still a bit of a faff. Down here, okay, we've got a small coal patch there, and a couple of geothermal vents there, and a shaft here and here. So I could have something dropping down, going down over here, and then going down, getting these two. That's manageable. And that's, how far away is that? So I've built out to here at the moment. This is the furthest out from my factory I've built in this direction. So I could carry on from here over this way, over past, round, or probably over this lake, over to here, and then run my coal juice down this shaft, and then get here and here for my power. That might be slightly closer. It's about that far on the map. The ones over here, well, there's my coal, and that, and then it was these two, wasn't it? And that's about, that's further away actually. Oh, this one over here. Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, that is, again, that means running a pipe from here over to here. But it does mean I don't need to set up the infrastructure to make more coal juice. So, or watery, coaly water, watery coal, whatever you want to call it. A coaly water, I think, is probably by quantity. So as long as these machines up here are keeping up well enough, yes, running a pipe from here straight across to here would seem quite reasonable. So, yeah, that could well be the next one I do. Let's have a look in the pipe, see how it's keeping supply. Make sure the supply of the juice is keeping up. Where am I? I'm on the wrong side. I want to be over here. So if I get my tablet out, I can go boop, and we can find out that it's full. The pipe is full. So that doesn't seem to be a problem. Although that said, there are a couple of pumps pumping into it. So let's go back over to the other end of it and see how full that pipe is. But I suspect that my system is probably capable of keeping up at the moment. So if I come over here and boop this pipe instead, yeah, it's holding on, but only just actually. Or maybe that's just the rate it flows in at. I don't know for sure. But yes, I could certainly come across here to about here, and then try run a pipe sort of plumb through there. So given that, let's take out this piece of pipe here, just because we're considering this, and replace it with a T intersection like that. As a sort of a note to say this is where we would build a pipe off if we're going to go off to the next one. Oh, I missed. My intention was to there and there. Yes, there. My intention with that was to go from here, because then that was a position where I would be able to go straight through between the rocky outcroppings like that, without having to change direction. Ooh, I have been promoted to multi-cluster manufacturing combine. Lovely. Well, while I'm here, let's use up all of my pipes. Oh, pfft. Despite saying, yeah, this will be fine because I'll be able to go straight through all the gaps there. No, I can't, because there's I misjudged it. There was an outcropping at the bottom of the outcropping. I don't know why I'm bringing this back down again. It just seems like a recipe for awkwardness, but never mind. Zoop. Bedrock explosives would be nice. Oh, and I've exceeded my allowable length of pipe. Okay, well I'll remove a piece in the middle here just to keep it safe and happy. So I'll need to put in a pump. I won't be able to put a pump in there actually. Let's put in a pump there instead, because I'll be able to put some foundation under that, and therefore be able to get to power my pump. Because if I put in that, then I can put in a pump on there like so, and then my pipe can carry on from there like so. And I will need one of these guys on here to power it, and then I'll need to run power along here as well, of course. But that's a next later. Well, actually, no, let's just do it now since I'm down here already. That and that, and how far can we go? There. And boop, there we go. And did I plug that in? Yes, I did. Right, so now we have a happy pipe again. The pipes do go quite a long way before you run out. Distances are... Oh, no, there we go. Spoke too soon. Right, and that's as far as I can get with that pipe. So, somewhere over here... Yeah, there we go. There I can see. Yes, those are my lava vents that are over underneath, more or less underneath the factory. So we can use we can tap. Sorry, not lava vents, geothermal vents. So we can tap these. Or maybe we can't. This rock might be in the way. Yeah. Okay. I will not be tapping these because all of that was completely wasted effort. I should have recce this first. Because I'm not going to be. No, I don't mean that. I mean I want to put in one of. Do I have one? Yes. I'm not going to be able to put these in because the terrain's in the way. Oh, that's really unfair. I had not considered that being a potential problem. I was sort of just assuming that the world gen would be nice enough that if you had something like that, that if there were geothermal patches available, that it would, just work. But apparently not. How mean. So I guess I'll just reclaim all of this, because I can't do anything else with it. There's no point in having this pipe coming over this way if I can't use it. So, yeah. Might as well just demolish everything I've just built, basically. That's a shame. That's a shame and a frustration. But in a way, I'm kind of glad it happened with that one, rather than one of the ones I was trying to put in earlier. Because if there'd been something in the way of the previous power plant I tried to put in, I think that would have been significantly more frustrating. But I'll rescue all these parts so I can use them again some other time. Okay. So the other thing that I was talking about needing to do is also over through this way. Yes, you might notice that as I was flying through this way, we saw some significant machinery. And these are my lava foundries, or lava smelters I think they're actually called. And these are turning thermalite bar into thermalite plate. But they're not doing it fast enough. I assume you're running. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's running. It's just a slow process. So we're turning, yes, the thermalite bar that comes along here into thermalite plate. And that plate is what we require for quite a lot of the more advanced production that's going on around the factory. And yeah, as you can see, we've got a yellow belt feeding through here, but the yellow belt is not full. We're not producing as much of it as we would like to. I do feel, however, I should probably upgrade this input belt, like that. And I might as well upgrade more of the output belt, just like that, because then I can get a bit more flowing through it. When I increase the capacity, obviously. Just increase everything around here, because I want this to work as well as reasonably possible. Yes, I do believe so. If I try and zap these rocks, Sophia, before you go, it says you need to research a higher mining force level. So I assume I will be able to. These ones down here, straight up can't be mined. But these ones can. I just need to up my mining level. So yes, is the short answer. I'm pretty sure that there will be a research at some point that will allow me to destroy them. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Been good to see you, and briefly, have a good sleeps, and I'll catch you next time in a week and a half, I guess, for the next stream. Right, so let's get back up to ground level. Let's get some more of these thermalites, some more of these smelters, because I need more thermalite plates. There are so many things up top using them that I think it's a problem. Also, actually, while I'm here, can I do a spot of upgrading? Yes, I've got freight elevator 2. So let's say upgrade you and upgrade you. That should be, yes, that's all my freight elevator 2s. So now these are capable of running twice as fast, which is going to may be useful in the future. Right now, I think they were fast enough to bring down 1 yellow belt, so absolutely fine. But, I think it's probably worth trying to increase the capacity a little bit. Right, surface, let's go. Bam 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 ba ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da ba da ba bam ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da bam 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 ba da da ba da 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 dam. Oh, here we go, surface. Right, let's go and see if we can find some more smelters. I don't think we will be able to, because I don't think they can be made automatically on the bus, because I think they require unobtainium, by which I mean thermalite, but in an awkward way. So that's that. That's belt. Why are you trying to make belts? Don't do that. No, just no. What are you? Okay, transport ship ports. Nothing. Elevator 2. Ooh, I need some more of those. Hang on, you elevator 2s? Yes, you are. There's some more of them. Elevator 1s. Chemical processors, passenger elevators, casting machine, pump jack, distillation column, flare stack. Assembler 2s. You also should not be that. Right, so I don't know how to find these things. So there's the tier 2 ones are being made over here, and they need the tier 1s to be fed to them, but the tier 1s require something completely different, so I'm not sure where they're being made. So it's going to be a little bit of a hunting around to find them, I'm afraid, so I apologise for that. Maybe what I should do is I should get some more signs and just go around and label all the ones that anything isn't labelled. So let's see if I can find find a good sign. Foundations, crushers, pylons, transformer pumps, tier 3. Am I not making signs in an assembly machine? I think I might not be. It's a bit silly. Signs can't be complicated, surely. Signs. Where they're being cosmetics or what are they called? Oh, buildings. Sweet. Long range scanner ready to. Ooh, I should make a monument. That'd be fun. They'll be decor. That's what I was trying to think of. There we go. Signs. It's just 4 iron plates. Maybe I just handcrafted them all the time because they are just iron. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of that then. Okay, so here's some iron. Just copper. Didn't want that. Right, make me some signs. 10 of them will probably do for now. Okay, so what are we making along here? Spaceship pads, fine. What are you? Explosives. Copper cables. You're just a component. I don't care about you. Right. Signs. That one. Not that way. Yes, that way. So this is explosives throwing. Because you throw them and they explode. So we'll call it that. So you're not doing anything. You're doing. Okay, this is my belt area, so I don't think I really need to. Do I need to label all this? Probably not. What are you doing? You're doing assembly machine 1. No, you're doing crusher 1s, but I don't care about that either because those are all being upgraded. Smelter smalls are also then being upgraded to smelter bigs. So let's label these ones. So you are a large smelter. You are a large crusher 2. I will try and get some of the names right. Crusher 2. So, then you are the wrong way around. This is belts. I said I didn't need to label belts. Fine. Then over here, I've got cargo landing. That's the wrong way around, because I'm on the other side of the machines from where I was before. Cargo drop off. Because you have different types of landing pads for drop off and pick up. This is a start pad. So I want to put in a sign on here that says cargo pickup. Spelling is difficult. And enter doesn't close the window. Right, what are you? You are a geothermal boiler. Good, that's a useful thing to have, but not right now. Geothermal boiler. You're labelled on the other side. What are you? You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. You're doing something. Transport ship. Transport ship. Yes, transport ship port. Transport ship port. Not doing anything. You're doing... freight elevator 2. Excellent. That is something I want to know about. Freight elevator 2. That's freight elevator 1, but that's irrelevant because it's just there to feed freight elevator 2. These are all labelled. These are all labelled. Passenger elevator, fluid assembler. Lava smelter, that's what I wanted. But it's got none in it because it's run out of thermalite bricks. Right, but at least I found it now. So that is here. Let's go and get some thermalite bricks. Can I nick them straight out of the... Oh! Why have we run out of thermalite bricks and here comes some more? But still, that should not have... We should not be running out of stuff that's just being brought down from space. I've got 1.5 million thermalite. How are we running out of it? And that is frankly ridiculous. This is shiny, shiny thermalite bricks. I don't know how many of these we need for the for making the lava smelters. Maybe I do need more ships. I have expanded a little bit recently. It seemed to be okay as far as I could tell, but as far as I could tell is not very far, I guess. Okay, there's 70 of them. Hopefully that'll be enough to make a decent number of the miners. So there we go, lava smelter. Have some of that. Boop. How many do you need? It doesn't even say how many it needs. Oh, it looks like 10. Okay, so because looking at these numbers, we can make 6 lava smelters per minute, and it can use up 60 thermalite bars per minute. Okay, so and they're automatically being taken out and passed over to the other machine. Sweet. I automated this slightly further than I realised. I hadn't noticed the obvious feed to pass them in over here. This one then has everything else it needs. I just need to chuck big piles of thermalite in there every so often. That's the only thing I've discovered. Apart from one of the science packs that requires thermalite bars, which is why there's no thermalite bars being brought over here, and why I'm having to do everything magically. Whoop. Can we manage inventory? We can. No, we can just take all of it. Give me that. Oh, it's still being unloaded from the still being unloaded out of the spaceship. The spaceship seemed to unload fairly slowly, which is a bit problematic. I don't know how I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like the spaceships, and actually the aircraft as well, unload very, very slowly. I feel like they should be able to dump their cargo quite quickly into the... They should load or unload from the landing pads very, very quickly, but they don't. They take a while to do so. Right, and over here these come. So I've got 10 of them now. That's pretty good. I'll take those 10. And have I got... Yes, I've got quite a lot of landfill. I don't mean landfill, I mean foundation. I haven't got any inserters though, so let's get some more inserters. One of the things that's interesting about this game compared to Factorio, and I'm not saying either is better. I'm just saying a way it's different is that there's only one speed of inserter. An inserter is always fast enough to grab everything that comes along a belt. Unlike Factorio, where you start off with burner inserters, then you move on to the yellow ones, the blue ones, and finally the and the green ones and the white ones, and they get faster and faster and faster and faster. With this, no matter how fast a belt, you can upgrade the belts, sure, but the inserters are always going to be more than fast enough to deal with anything that's trundling along the belts, which is quite interesting. So I mean that, yeah. So I've not had to upgrade my inserters. You do get short, medium, and long inserters that can grab from 1 square away, 2 squares, or 3 squares away. So that is something. So those all exist, but so you gradually research those, which gives you more and more capacity. But you don't have to worry about the actual speed of the inserters, which is an interesting difference. Bing. Right, so as you can see, this belt is no longer... Well, no, this belt is fast enough. We could do with more capacity. So there's a couple of choices here. I could potentially come out and upgrade some of these. Oh no, I have actually already upgraded every single one of them. Fine. So I need to find more spaces in the lava where there is enough room to drop these guys in, because they're quite big. And they need to go fully into the lava like that. Or I could rotate it this way. Yeah, rotate this way. Put one there. Yes, that is the right way around. I can see the inserters on the inserter spaces on the near side. One there. One there. I'm not going to fit one in here, am I? No, that's going to be too... The lava has got slightly too narrow. I could fit one in rotated. But do I want to? Or do I just want to put one in on the other side of the narrows? Like this. Probably this. And then one tucks up in here. And then we've got a nice big patch of it over here that I can put in several in a row, like that, and that, and that, and that. At this point, the belt is probably... Oh, no, that's my lot. That's not. Sure, why not? That's my lot. Okay, that's my 10. I suspect my input belts are not going to be fast enough to provide for all of these, so I'm going to need to run a second belt or upgrade the belt to a green one to keep it supplied. But that's not a serious problem. Not even sure it's a problem at all, to be honest. Right, at least until I run out of yellow belts and go, oh, for goodness sake, why didn't I get more of these before I came down? So we'll bring that along, yeah, just like that, in fact. How many green belts have I got? None? None. I've got some green ramps, but no green belts. Grr. Actually, at this point, I probably could drop down to red belts. Because we're halfway along the belts. No, don't downgrade the whole lot. That'd be tragic and awkward. Fine. Let's go from here then. Build that backwards. Yeah, from there to there. Junk. There we go. And this is going to be fine. Do that. No, not that way. Ah. Build it that way. Joys of dimensions, and additional dimensions beyond what I'm used to. Comes along there, and oh, okay. Gonna have to sneak through here, like this. Oh, bringing the other belt through here is going to be mildly awkward, but not impossible. I can manage it. And then all the way along here. To here. There we go. And the other one, that's my last drill. Comes along here. Wait, what? No, not from there. There we go. From there, yes, that's better. All the way along here to here, and then can I go through the middle of here? No, I can't. Damn it. That's... okay, well, this is going to come along here then to here and then go up. I mean up. The other up. Then sneak it through this gap here to there. And then down again as it comes along here. And along here next to this one. And along here. And into there. Phew! That was quite the belt. Also, I'm going to need to do the same with the foundation, but the foundation is going to actually be easier in a way because it's going to be on a different level. It's slightly lower, so I can do things like that. I can go underneath the belts with it, and it'll be absolutely fine. Bring this all the way over to here, and then along here. And if I pop underneath this bit a little bit, I should then be able to bring that along here. Yes, I can. Oh, we just want this one-dimensional. So to there, I guess. Oh, one shot. And then along here. And this is all there to power the inserters. That's all I need this for. But I do still need it because inserters need power. Right, so that should be powered all the way along here. So now if I switch over to the inserters, I want to load and unload. Output, there we go. Let's just go all the way along here, doing all of the inputs first, and then come back and do the outputs. It'd be easier than switching back and forth between them. Did I go? Yes, I did go in the right place. This one is going to be funny. I'm going to need to do something weird with this one coming out over to the side here like that, because of how the belts have come, how the belts came together. Yeah, put that there, and then you're going to be an exerter, and you're going to need a power connection as well. I know, so I'll put that in there. There we go. So that's that one, and then we can have a long inserter here. Wait, what? Oh, no, sure. Oh, bother. Oh, no, maybe I can squeeze it in under here. Nope. Grr. Okay, well, we'll remove that, and I guess we'll have this go under instead of over. Oh, but that's where the foundation is. It could come up twice, I suppose. Yeah, let's do that. Yay, joys of 3 dimensions. It allows you to make the most ridiculous spaghetti. But then that is sort of the point of this game, right? I'm still going to have to be further back. For that one. So it goes up and up again. And then we can have this belt coming around here. And then going down to here. And then going down to here. There we go. That's what I was aiming for. Because then, whoop, I can fall in the lava. Ow. And then put in my loader, input loader here. I don't know why the thermalite. Oh, so I do know why the thermalite stopped flowing in, because we don't have enough spaceships. That's a problem, which I was not really expecting, but one I will have to go and work on. Anyway, input there, and there, and there. And there, and I think that's it. The rest are actually, yes, the rest are all set up. Then I want an output there, toggle, and full copy of that, and then I can put my outputs in along here. Nope, not there apparently. I guess it's going to have to go there, and there, and there, and we've done that one because that was the weird one. And then over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've done that one because that was the sort of the first one. Right, so that is now massively increased capacity of thermalite squashing. All these machines have got lots in their buffers, which is why we're getting a solid belt coming out at the moment. So now the problem is that we're not getting any thermalite bricks coming in for us to squash. There will be a lot more thermalite coming out, thermalite plates coming out, but not enough thermalite ingots going in. So I guess we get back in the lift, we go back up to surface level, get some more yellow belts while we're up there. But most importantly, we grab this thing, we put it into communicate with station management, and then we go spaceships. Okay, we clearly need more spaceships. Let's have another 2 small of these spaceships. And then I guess what I probably should be doing, come to think of it, is setting up a medium spaceship, a medium cargo ship to carry thermalite from space down to the ground, because we clearly don't have enough of it at the moment. Still, for now, let's assign these to planetary shipping, because apparently I don't have enough ships bringing stuff down to the planet. And then go off and sort that out. Meanwhile, in the R&D lab, the combat drone can be made a little bit lighter so we can fit more of them in a spaceship. And probably so can the mining drone, yes. And the planter drone. Nope, that has to be made at more higher quality. Transport bot, sure, whatever. Vacuum bot, light bot, screen bot, maintenance drone. Okay, bit of R&D there. Right, so we'll see if that helps at all. But in the slightly less short term, I think I might actually need to upgrade to a medium ship somewhere. Where's my thermalite ship? Is it over here? I think it's over here. Yes, here it is. So there we go. There is a red belt of thermalite coming out. Now that's that's why it's so bad. There's only a red belt of thermalite coming out. Or it's just part of the reason it's so bad. Let's upgrade that, probably to a green belt, I think, at this stage. I'm not going to mess around with part fixes. So, green belt, gimme. I've got the ramps. I've probably got the splitters. Yes, I've got the splitters. I've got 200 of the belts somewhere down here. 202 of the belts. Let's go and do some upgrades. So I want that. I would like to upgrade that belt. Do you go anywhere other than just straight into the... No, you just go straight into the lift. Excellent. So we can really pack them in there. And that's going to empty what the ship's brought down in about that long. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, you need to be upgraded. Fortunately, there's loads of... There isn't actually loads of space back here. I was going to say, fortunately, there's loads of space behind here to put another one in. What are you doing? You're doing the little robots, aren't you? Right, let's look into making a landing pad for a bigger ship, because this is not good enough. Structures. Where are my landing pads at all? There's a normal landing. Shipping pad small. I've got shipping pad medium and shipping pad assembly line. Okay, that's different. We'll have to learn about those. I should probably read about assembly lines at some point. But shipping pad medium is 31 by 19 compared to the 20 by 10. Oh, hang on. No, it's 31 by 27. It's the outer two numbers. The middle one is the height because the game is stupid. So it's about 31 by... Call it 31 by 31 just so I don't get horrified. And the small ones are 20 by 10. So actually, it won't fit in. Even if I remove both of these pads, it will not fit in this gap. That's horrifying. I mean, it's not that horrifying. I guess the answer is simply going to be I will put the landing pad over here instead. Because that's just not going to happen. There's nowhere to put it over here. These small landing pads seem to be absolutely fine for shipping the robots off, so I'm not going to bother upgrading those. But the thermalite is not keeping up. I have 1.6 million of it to spend, but I appear to have basically none to do production with. So yeah, I think putting one in about here. So what's going on here? This is robot production. So if I can squeeze it in between these two, let's find out if I can. So if I select these, how wide is this space? This space is just wide enough. Not by an enormous amount. There's not an enormous amount in it. It is wide enough, but yeah, as I say, only just. Okay, well, I'm going to indent it slightly into the ground, just to make it look a little bit neater, I think. Oh, that pylon might be in the way. I may end up having to move that. Alright, let's check again how big that landing pad was. Because it was silly, but how silly? 27 on the shorter side. Okay, so we'll go with 27. So if I produce this tool and go, I would like to start a thing. Select an area. So I want to go from. I'll leave a 1 square gap in the hope that I can. Right, there's my elevator. Let's start from here then. So 27 in the shorter dimension. That's this side, and then it was 31 the other way. So it's that big, and it's going to be arbitrarily tall. So it's going to be arbitrarily tall. There we go. So we'll take out all of this area. Right, and I can now open the panel and I can go demolish decoratives. Boom, all of that vanishes. Demolish terrain. Boom, all of that vanishes. And I've uncovered the top of that elevator down there. But that's not a problem. I'm okay with that. Then we put in the building blocks. And I've run out. 18, 19. Do we do 20? We can't do 20. I'll do 16. Boink. That means I need another 15 on top of that. So let's come over and get some more. Jeez, that is a. These are. I'll say I like the scale you build at in it. I do like the big buildings, but every time I see one, it does make me go, blimey, a little bit. So 27 wide. Sure, let's go 16 again. So that's 32. So that's slightly bigger than we strictly need. How do I make one of those? Steel beams, concrete, advanced machinery parts, electronic components, and 2 emergency beacons. Am I going to have anywhere that's got all of that stuff? Probably not, because I don't think I've got concrete being fed onto my bus. And I certainly don't have emergency beacons. But so, components, advanced components, concrete and steel beams. So we've got components, advanced components, steel. We don't have concrete on here at all, I don't think. So it's going to be so basically it's going to be built. It's going to be built here. That's fine. Oh, I have a assembly machine 1. That surprises me. Assembly machine 1 is fine. Right. So you are going to make that one, shipping pad medium. And you're going to have to be hand-fed the concrete, which is annoying, but what can you do? I guess build out until you can find the concrete. But, yeah. Was it electronic components or mechanical components? Electronic components, right. Those ones. Right, so that's everything except those. Except the emergency beacons and the concrete. Let's go and get some concrete. Well, you know what they say. Any landing where you can use the ship again is a good landing. Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. If you can use the ship again, then it's a great landing. And I do seem to be able to reuse the ship, so it must be a great landing. I kind of want to get up to 200 of these. Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way around. Let's go and get them out of the machines that are making them, which are these guys. Where are your control panels? Here are your control panels. Fallen off. There's nothing on the... What? Why are you not making it? Oh, you are? Oh, it's because I went and grabbed a load off the belt, so it's just trying to feed it all through. Fine. So I've come to this end of it. I should be able to go... Yoink. There we go. That was the concrete I wanted. 200 of it. That'll let it make 200 of the plants. And then I'll have to make some more emergency bacon in a moment. Have some of that. Right, and then it was emergency bacon, so these things. So I need some electronic components, which conveniently are right here. Make me 1, 2 bacons. And then have those. Right, it is now building. Chug, 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 chug. This is kind of exciting. I've been sort of wanting to need to upgrade to medium stuff, medium ships, medium shipping pads, and I haven't had a reason to because the small ones are keeping up quite happily, especially up in space. But for the they've also been fine for the for delivering stuff between orbit and space, it seemed. So I haven't felt the... No. Gimme. No. Gimme? Okay, it has. It has gimme. Right. So I haven't felt the need to upgrade them any further. But now, finally, I'm actually needing a large pad for an actual good reason. So I can buy well, I say a large pad. I need a medium pad for an actual reason. So I'm going to do this. Boop. Scare the little BB-8 guy. He's being gradually teleported upwards because he's trapped inside the building, or what he thinks is a building. So he's getting gradually teleported slowly upwards and apparently falling over more and more with each jump. It'll be interesting to see what happens to him when he gets to the top. I guess he's just going to end up on the top of the collision box and then run and jump off the side of it. Or is he just going to go to space because these things require an infinite amount of space above them to operate properly? I do not know. It's pretty ridiculous anyway. Right, where's your control panel? Here's your control panel. Figure. I'm transporting from the space station to the factory, and we would like to import thermalite, please. Boop. And we would like to use... oh. Let's cancel that for a moment. He's still going. Never to be seen again. Okay. Hello, space station. I would like to buy a ship. I would like to buy a Oh, we need to upgrade the station dock. So I hadn't bothered to upgrade the station's docking facilities because I didn't need medium transport ships. So let's buy both of those. It's going to take a while to happen, sadly, but we can maybe spend some money on it. I don't know. Let that tick over. Eventually we'll get that done, and then I can start bringing in my tier 2 cargo ships. My medium tier 2 cargo ships. They can fly down to here. I guess in the meantime, I can set this up to do thermalite, and I can tell it to use the small cargo ships. Fine. Yeah. And we can have the thermalite coming into here. I'm surprised this is powered. It must be somewhere. It must be touching some other foundation underneath. Like over here, there was a big hole in the ground, but that showed up. So it's probably touching something there. There we go. There's a ship with some thermalite. So we then need to export that from here. This rock displeases me. Here we go. Where's thermalite? There goes the thermalite over there. Okay. So I shall get myself some green belt because that's what we're going to be using for this. And that can come from here, over this way. And then when we get, so we'll go to here, and then we'll go down one, go underneath that. Okay, that actually kind of works. So we go to there, and then up. Okay, I need to say specifically there, and then come up. Right, there we go, perfect. Like that. And then I can come along here, I can hack out a gap in the thing there, and put in it's going to have to be a green conveyor balancer lancer. Goes here, like that. We'll prioritise the old system for now, shall we? There we go. Prioritise the thermalite coming in from the old way. And then once we get a proper big starship, we can then just eliminate the old platform, wherever it is down there, and run an additional belt out of here to go back along this one, along where this one goes, and then go off into the science area. Because I don't think it's... And the other possibility is that I just remove this belt completely and leave it feeding out the thermalite down there. Now, we seem to have eaten all of the thermalite in order to... Well, no, we've eaten a lot of the thermalite, and because we have a green belt and a red belt and a very, very slow supply, it's prioritising the green belt, which is very cheeky of it, but yeah, whatever. So the question is, well, actually, a couple of questions here. Firstly, I feel like this pad is large enough for two small ships to drop at the same time, but it seems to have parked in the middle, which is very unhelpful. Second thought is actually maybe I should leave both of these running, because we do seem to need a lot of thermalite down here on the ground, so maybe if we had both pads bringing it in, we'd actually be able to keep up. In which case, this priority over here needs to be set the other way, like that, so that we can get some back pressure on this belt, allowing it to go down the red belt and off into the science area. Still, we've got two ships now, in theory, bringing the thermalite down. I say we've got two ships. Both pads are now empty. I know we have absolutely ludicrous amounts of thermalite up there in space, so that here comes another one. So there shouldn't be any problems with it. Look, the BB-8's got stuck all the way up there. Anyway, yes, there shouldn't be any problem with loading the ships up. So maybe I don't have enough ships doing the planetary run. However, once I finish researching medium cargo ships, once I finish building a spaceport that can support medium cargo ships, hopefully that'll just solve this problem, especially once I stick a tier 2 one in there. I would like to see what the difference between them is, actually. Let's touch down. There we go. let's have a look. So, spaceships, fireship. It won't tell me. Okay, but we noticeably that goes from 1,000 kilos to 2,000 kilos. It's going to be 4 and 8. Is it going to be more of a difference than that? I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to finding out, but at the moment we need to wait. I need to wait for this to finish first. But yeah, it'll leave that to tick over for a little while, and we'll probably get there. Probably. Okay, they're all fine. Ooh, how are supplies doing? Storage. So, right, we've got loads of combat drones because we're not selling them anywhere, because I completely forgot that we're going to be able to start selling them. So let's have a look. Is there anywhere that where requires combat? Ooh, can I do actually if I just say military? Right, what do they? What's the symbol that means military? It's true. I might need some more hangar space. We'll see about that when we get there. So, oh, it's a little tank symbol. Okay, so the appliances ones have the red symbol, the scientific and so on and so on. So I should be able to spot a little red tank by some of these planets, because I'm sure there were some planets that required combat drones. Unless combat drones aren't military, they are. I don't know. I don't know what they could be, but there were definitely somewhere. There were definitely some that required combat drones, but I can't find them now, typically. Unless it's a planet. Oh, here we go, combat drones. Oh, there is a little... there are these little tank symbols. Okay, well, we'll acquire a trade license there because why not? This will mean I need a ship, and I probably don't have a spare ship. I don't have a spare ship, so we go back to the space station, we go to ship, we go buy ship, we go another tier 2 cargo ship, then we go back to the galaxy map, then we go open supply route configuration, add a ship, choose that ship, and then we say, okay, yes, you're assigned to this one. So then we can go to supply configuration and say, yes, do the heavy duty transport bots, do the combat drones, do the mining drones, save that. Right, okay, so now we're supplying another planet. Was it you? Yes, it was. You also would like to have combat drones and heavy duties. You would like to have heavy duty science, aquatic and transport. I don't have very many of those. So, yeah, I should be... So basically now I'm going around looking for these little tank symbols. And there don't seem to be... I'm sure there were more places that required combat drones, which is why I, started making the damn things. But everywhere seems to be really peaceful, which is kind of disappointing. Okay, this one does, but I'd have to build another 2 sectors out there. That has a tie apparently. I don't know what that means. Right, if I just click on that one, so it just shows me. So this one does, but again, that's more hops out once again. Yeah, it seems like there just aren't very many. Oh, there's one. Again, it's 2 hops out. Huh. Okay, my combat drones might be going to go a little bit underutilized then. I guess I might as well buy a trade license for Zendrios, come back over here and then buy another spaceship. Spaceships are cheap, why not, basically. Straight right from my space station. Okay, I'll have a look for that in a second. Supply route configuration, ship management, have a ship. That one. Supply configuration, heavy duty transport bots, and combat drones. Save, close. Actually, quick question. Yeah, as you see, this is only using 13 tons per hour out of my 96 tons per hour available with that spaceship, which is kind of ridiculous. Straight to the right from my space station. Oh, these ones, yes, okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking, I just thought some of the ones I'd already gone to required combat drones, but it seems not, it's just these ones over here, which is a little annoying. I don't know what sector type means. That's a green one, that's a blue one. That's a yellow one. These are grey ones. I don't know what these mean, but never mind. Oh, maybe it's... No, it's not who the market leader is, because I'm the market leader there. Why am I not the market... Oh, I am the market leader here. Why am I not the market leader here? What's the Iron Weight Guild got that I haven't? Oh, probably minor robots and cleaning bots. And personal assistant robots. Okay, fair enough. There are other people who are selling a lot of stuff into here. Wow, I'm only doing... I think these may add up to 100% between them, which is a bit weird. Anyway, most of that doesn't matter. We are at least now trying to sell some of the combat bots. So let's go back to the space station. And the other thing I can do now is the sales platform. Yeah, let's enable those, and we say we want to always keep 200 on the platform. And we'll... I mean, we can't at the moment because we're not making cleaning bots, but whatever. I'll fill this in anyway. Combat drones, right, here we go. Enable those, and my idea is here, if I always keep 200 on the sales platform, firstly, there's always some that are available to be sold to other, sold on the higher priority sales, so the ones that are done directly by my ships, so my ships can come along, pick them up, and take them over. And also, it makes it very easy to tell whether my production rate is sufficient. So if I now go over to storage, if they're under 200, then there's a problem. If they're over 200, then it's fine. So basically, they're all fine at the moment. There are, except the cleaning bots and the snack bots, I'm not making. But the rest of, oh no, the planter drones aren't fine. I need to make more planter drones. Did not save the planter setting. Thank you. Sales platform. Planter. Doop. 200. Save. Oh yeah, you're right. It shows it over here. So they are all now set to 200. Excellent. So it looks like I should probably go back down to the ground. Oh, this is nearly finished. I should go back down to the ground, and I should increase my production of planter drones because that's currently insufficient. Planter drones are the little green gnome guys. Them. They're coming through at a decent rate. I mean, it's not an amazing rate, but it's decent. So, you know what? It's easy enough to go, more please. Try again. Select area. From there to... I'll learn how to use the system eventually. To there. To there. Nope. One less. There we go. And there's my medium cargo ship tier 1 support achieved. And then I can confirm, copy and place, and go pop. Do you think twice, or let's just go 3 times? There's no harm in going a little bit overboard, is there? And there we go. Missing 3. What am I missing? Assembler 2s. Okay. Well, I got part of the way there. All right, let's go and get some assembler 2s and finish that off. Pop. Right, and assembly machine 2s. Whoop, they're over here. Gimme. Right, now if I press K, I think even from here I can do the confirm paste. And there we go, it's done. Even from over here, which is kind of weird and hacksy and cheaty, but never mind. I'm not going to complain. Okay, so now I now have a minor dilemma. I've got the first tier of medium ships available now. So I could just buy one and start dropping stuff to the planet with it. In fact, let's do that. So it's 5,000 kilos. That's really good. Let's have one of them. It's only 50,000 monies anyway. Oh, not enough hangar space available. Right. Okay. So I am going to need to do station upgrades. Space in hangar. So I don't think that's a docking facility maybe. Oh no, that's what we're working on at the moment. I think I might have just bought too many ships, to be honest, to the point where the docking space is full. I don't think it's something to do with it being a bigger ship, but I could easily be wrong. Oh, this makes construction happen faster. Let's grab one of those. Solar panels seems like a good idea. Spaceship hangar, we're doing quite a lot of that already. So the hangars is eventually in unlimited research. I mean, that makes sense, yeah, because you're going to need an infinite number of spaceships eventually to go to all of the places on the galaxy map. Don't care about that. Care a little bit about that. Let's just keep upgrading these. What's our capacity at the moment? 5 million, and I've got 1.8. Okay, I'll leave that for now. I imagine the antenna upgrades are going to be infinite as well, because you're eventually going to need an infinite number of sectors. So we'll grab that. And another comm center as well, because why not? Market office don't care. R&D lab don't care. Orbital laser. Yeah, let's have another. Oh, I can't. I'm full. Fine. So I kind of want to do this before I do that, really. But I also don't want to mess around with the queue completely or from scratch. So let's ditch one of these ships. Okay. Let's unassign that. When it comes back up, we'll sell it, and then I'll try and buy a medium ship, because I think that's probably going to work, and I think that's going to happen before this research finishes. In the meantime, I guess I can go into the R&D lab and boop another one of these researchers. That's all there was. Okay, that's less exciting than I hoped. I feel like I'd like to learn something about find the finances tab sort of vaguely useful. It's not particularly useful, unfortunately, but I don't know. So sales charts might be, yeah. So we can look at these and see if we see it drop off suddenly, then we know there's a problem there. There's been a bit of a decline here, but not a massive drop off. So I think it's probably all right. Planter drones, we know about them being a problem, and we've sort of fixed that, which is probably why the sales are going up along here. Maintenance drones, absolutely fine. Yes, this seems to be okay. What does competitors tell us? This is just a massive great screen of numbers. That's not helpful. It does tell me that I'm 32nd of the size of my nearest competitor, which is horrific. Okay, I'm just on weekly earnings, so that's... And if you take market dominance as a number... Okay, there's some way to go there, should we say. Counting history... Yeah, so I'm making most of my money from supply routes, a little bit from sales platform, and then not a lot else happening. There was some external storage fees over here. Maybe that was before maybe that was for storing my money, which seems a bit. Yeah, it was. It seems a bit cheeky, and I'm just not spending any money on anything else. So I don't know where market earnings come from. Maybe we'll find out later. Anyway, in the meantime, how are my spaceships getting on? Has it returned yet? Yes, it has. Right, so we'll sell you. Yes. And then I can buy one of these and put it onto planetary shipping. And hopefully now... Where am I? Yeah. Hopefully now I should see a medium ship. Here it comes. That is a large ship. Wow. That is an enormous ship compared to the other ones. I guess it is 2.5 times the size. No, it's more than that probably. It's probably 5 times the size, because those ones start off at 1,000 kilos of capacity. These start off at 5,000 kilos of capacity. Then you can then double it by taking them up to tier 2. So I will be, as soon as we get that research done, I will be swapping the ship out for a better one. Oh, I see. So it's things you sell to the galactic market that isn't drones or isn't robots. So it'll be any resources you sell on the galactic market. Okay, thank you. Right, that's much better. Now we actually have some thermalite. Awesome. And so from that, we now also have some thermalite sheets. So this seems like the problem with the thermalite is now solved for now. I mean, this is a factory game, so it's never going to be actually solved. It is always going to be a solved for now. Also, though, that belt seems to be running flat out. I may need to upgrade that. Problem is, if I upgrade that to a yellow, I've only got a yellow feeding in at the bottom, so it might not be able to keep up. That said, it's currently going solidly. Yeah, it's currently running solidly, so I think I probably should at least try. So let's go and get some yellow. That's down here from these machines, tier 2 yellow. Boink. Gimme. And yeah, I've got plenty of the other parts of the yellow. I am still in awe of the sheer size of this boy. It is a large. Actually, it's not. It's only a medium, but it's kind of massive. It is an absolute unit, as they say on the internet. Okay, so that comes down to here, and then I need to upgrade you. At least that is now chucking through a yellow belt. It's chucking a yellow belt in, which means I can have a red belt coming out on either side of here. What is it that he's eating so much? Is this the... oh, it's construction material. So we're shipping masses of construction material up to the space station in order to, well, expand the space station. So all that work I'm doing on making the space station bigger and upgraded here is requiring massive quantities of construction material to be produced, which is where all of this thermalite is going. So that's part of the reason that I've got so little of it at the moment. Then that comes along here, and then there's approximately none coming down here, so that's not too bad. Then, okay, there's all of it going down here in order to make planter drones. I don't think I need to label every other machine. I obviously came in here and claimed it. However, I probably should label more of them than what they're actually doing. So let's do have a quick labelling frenzy along here. What are you doing? You're making mining drones. Yes, they are indeed hefty boys, regular. That is an excellent description. Don't care about that. Right, and over here we're making combat drones. And yeah, we've already made enough combat drones. That was a poor choice. I shouldn't have started making the combat drones because there isn't that much demand for them. But never mind. It can just sit there and not consume resources. So that's fine. I don't have a problem. I don't really have a problem with that. Just a little bit of a waste of time, but there's no point in ripping it out again because we are selling some of them for a decent amount of profit. So, why not? Let's make some more decor. A ceiling light, okay. I feel like there's quite a lot of stuff in here that's encouraging you to build into to actually make buildings to go over your equipment. A bit like Satisfactory kind of does, but I'm a Factorio player, so I don't tend to play like that. You're not making drones. You're not making drones. You are making drones. Let's give you a label. What are you doing? What are your drones? You're a maintenance drones. Maintenance drones. Those are screen bots, aren't they? Is that what they're called? Screen bots? Screen bots. Vacuum bots. Vacuum bots. And this will hopefully be useful at some point in the future when I realise I'm short of one of the types of bots. Then rather than running along the belts, trying to identify them by what they look like. I can just drop right in at the point where I can just fly along slightly higher up, reading the reading the signs, and easily get to the right place. You are construction material. You are just... Oh, you're mechanical component, machine components. Fine. Hang on, wait, what? Why is... Okay, this is mechanical components and electronic components. That's very confusing. What are you doing? Oh, you're on the wrong side. You're making... light bots. Let's put the sign over here, because every other machine has the sign on this side of it. And that's weird otherwise. Light box. Did I misspell maintenance? Vacuum, screen. You're right, I did. Ugh. It must be getting late. Maintenance drones. Sorry. At least I have you guys to keep me on the straight and narrow. Construction material, light bot? No, components. Light bots. And... no, copper cable. Doesn't count. Oh, and heavy... What are these guys? Heavy industrial bots? Heavy duty transport bots. Heavy duty transport. There we go. You're right, it is in fact tomorrow. Thank you for pointing that out, Regular. Yes, I should probably stop quite soon. This is... I kind of want to wait for the medium cargo ships, tier 2s, to be done, but they're only at 69%. And it seems to have stopped there, so I'm wondering if I've run out of a resource up in space. Like construction material, probably. Storage, construction material. No, it's got 3,600 there. Plenty of fuel, plenty of thermalite. I don't know why it's going so. Oh, it's got 70 now. It is trickling through. Yeah, I think that was just the speed it runs at. It may be easier to buy construction material and make more bots, but I like the idea of being self-sufficient. I tend to play Factorio Space Age a bit like that as well, where all of my planets, with the exception of Aquilo, admittedly, were capable of launching their own rockets up into space made on that planet. Now, granted, much later on I did ship in some of the ingredients, but initially they're all still capable of building their own rockets. They just have they can just bring things in. Bring things in from other planets as a bit of a shortcut where applicable. I kind of want a graph of showing my actual money, but I don't think it gives you that. It just it shows you the accounting history, shows you how much money you've made, but not how much you've spent on upgrading or how much you. I suppose the other thing is a lot of my money, probably the majority of my money that's being spent, is being spent by being sent down to the planet and then turned into flattened thermalite, and that's being then turned into robots and construction material and science packs and whatever else. Speaking of, we've got all of these assembly line things, so that's nice. Let's now have combat robots and farmer robots and minor robots and major robots and personal assistant robots. Let's just research all of the robots. God, and we get blimey, interesting. So you have to make all the different parts of it, and then, while we're waiting, let's have a look at the assembly line. Help. Character cosmetic, data go, low voltage fuel items, high voltage jetpack, mining efficiency, buildings and machines, assembly lines. Here we go. Assembly lines produce and visualize complex goods in multiple steps. Multiple assembly line buildings which need to be placed in the right order to produce the desired end product. You can imagine the system like a big conveyor belt with built-in machines modifying the product in this way. Most assembly line buildings require high voltage power, have a power line connector on top of the buildings. You can run power lines to the top of the assembly line. Fine. Regular rail pieces come with a power line connector. Fine. Start build. Start assembly line start. Okay, so you provide with. So you usually provide a robot torso into the rail at the start, and it'll go onto the rail and trundle along it like this. Then along there you have producers, which are these things with the spinny thing, the robot arms spinny things. So presumably you'll be doing things like, oh I see. You might need to put an arm on with one producer, and then weld it with another one, and so on and so on. Okay, change your assembly line pieces produced together on rail pieces between filler pieces, move your products along with simple conveyor belts. Many different pieces like straight pieces, curves, and slopes. Okay, fine, good. Splitters and mergers. Wow. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so not actually required yet, but that sounds cool. Needs to be painted, so you can so you can paint it with whatever color you want. Obviously, it's going to be blue because me. And then it runs straight into a shipping pad. Cool. You can always work up to the most forward robot and aim towards it, and it will tell you what needs to be done or what can be done. Products can be picked up from the assembly line the same way belt items can and looked at. However, you'll just receive all the parts it was made of. Also seems fair. So I guess what this is going to mean is I'm going to need to make heads, shoulders, knees, and toes in normal assembly machines, and then feed all those parts into an assembly line, which is going to then put them together, and then also do the welding and finally the painting. So that sounds quite fun. I'm looking forward to trying that. But not this week, because as has been pointed out, it is in fact tomorrow already. But we are 92% of the way to inventing even chonkier. You're not the ship I ordered. You're not a chonker. What are you doing here? This is chonker parking. Can I tell it to only allow chonkers? I can configure it to only allow chonkers. Only allow chonkers. So I'm assuming the medium tier 2 is probably going to be at 10 tons. So I'm definitely going to want to upgrade to that. Go on, get lost. You're tiny. And you unload slowly as well, so you jam up the pad for everybody else. That said... Oh, now it's running. I was going to say, that said, the thermalighter stopped moving, but then it immediately started moving, so, sod's law and all that. You see, these ships... I reckon the unloading time of the ships, it feels like it's not necessarily... Maybe it's not, I don't know whether it's constant or not, but it feels quite similar. The small ships seem to take about as long to unload as the big ships do, which means it's kind of silly. Which means using them on a pad like this is kind of silly because it blocks it up for the big ships that wants to come in and unload massive quantities of stuff. 99%, nearly there. Maybe I should sell the big ship, or at least take it off. Yeah, take that one off planetary shipping. There we go. And bing, there we go. So let's ditch that because I don't have room for any more to buy another one without it. Yeah, there we go, 10 tons. So yeah, we'll have. Oh, it's bigger. Required hangar space 3 because it is a massive chonker. Okay, well let's ditch another one of the planetary shippers. There we go. Sell you as well. This is probably going to cause problems later, but I want to see one of the massive ships, and I want you to do planetary shipping. If it doesn't make Laurence say, "Oh Lord, he come and it's not supposed to be here." Yeah, pretty much. Heckin' chonkers only, please. Right, and we're restoring Hangar Bay C and then extending it as well. So that'll give us a bit more space to play with, and I'll be able to buy some more ships soon. Right, I think it's chonkier. I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure I can tell the difference between a tier 1 and a tier 2. I think the tier 1 might only have had 3 pods on the side, and this one's gone up to 5. Maybe it's longer. I'm honestly not sure. I may have to go off onto the internet and have a look for examples of what the ships look like. I just tried to fill in over here, and these flowers have resisted. Oh no, they haven't. Maybe I didn't fill that bit in as well. Okay, there we go. Right, that is hanging in the air the same way a brick doesn't, isn't it? It really is. Also, BB-8 is still stuck up there, which is ridiculous. Okay, so we can go in here, configure minimum. Yeah, I'm happy with that being both types of medium. If I ever buy another one of those, which I probably won't, we'll see the difference. Okay, awesome. So that is now able to bring in a bajillion at a time. What is its current capacity? Stock size. It's only got 650 in there. That's not that much. Although is 500. Items. Oh no, it's 1,000 items. Okay, so 1,000 items it's 1,000 items fits the ship. So actually, it being at 500 means we've got half a shipload available at the moment, and I don't know. I don't really entirely understand when it calls for another one, because I suppose I was going to say it'll be like the sort of like that, in that if I want to make sure I have uninterrupted output, I should put storage on the output as well, so it can unload into a storage box, and then the storage box unloads into the factory, so that because this will it's got to empty. Sorry, it's got to only half empty. We've still got almost 500 in there, and the ship has come back again. So presumably that's going to get up to 1,000. And the ship is then going to be unable to finish unloading, and is going to have to just sit here. Assuming I don't carry on using it faster, assuming I don't get through 500 in the time it takes the ship to empty, of course, which is entirely possible. That number is going up pretty quickly. Yeah, okay, so that number is generally trending upwards, I think. Well, it seems to be working, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, you know what? I think this is time to stop. I've gone on for long enough. We've got the Heckin' Chonker ship now, bringing in the Thermalite 10 tons at a time, which is fantastic. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Next time, you know, let's summon the robot back again and get it out of the sky, because that was ridiculous. You got here very quickly when I summoned you. Right. So next, yes, this is, I think, the end of the stream. I've done some messing around. I've built a new type of robot over there. I built a new type of landing pad. I've got a Heckin' Chonker ship coming in. We've got more power coming in from the geothermal power over there. We've discovered we can't use the geothermal patch that's underneath the ground here because it's inaccessible. What else have I done? I'm sure I've done some other things as well. I've tried to work out where on earth else I could get power from in the future when that becomes a thing. And I've researched assembly lines, so that's going to be a thing to play with next time. Goodness knows where I'm going to put them, but I certainly will, and we'll start playing with those and trying to see how they work. Maybe I could just carry on into that mountain over there. But to be honest, maybe I should be expanding out this way because it's a little bit easier. There isn't a mountain in the way, so it's going to be a little bit easier to build. Yeah, looking forward to playing with the assembly lines, finding out how those work. That should be quite exciting. But that's not going to be for a little while, I'm afraid, because there will be no streams next week. There will still be Factorio videos on Thursday and Friday, as usual. Those will be coming out. They're recorded, they're mostly edited, they're scheduled. They'll be coming out as usual. So there'll be videos Thursday, Friday this week, Thursday, Friday next week. And then the week after, I should be back for streams on Monday and Wednesday. Factorio Planetary Pioneers on Monday as usual, and some more Foundry on Wednesday, as usual. Again, looking forward to those, but as I say, nothing next week. I've got some little shorts coming out on Sundays as well as adverts for the Planetary Pioneers stream, so keep an eye out for those as well. Please make sure you're subscribed on YouTube and maybe following on Twitch, or maybe even subscribed on Twitch if you're feeling generous. That's always nice to have too. And you'll get acknowledged in all the videos as well, of course. Is there anything else I need to say? Thank you very much, Nogard. Much appreciated. I shall go off and try and find someone good to raid. So if you're watching on Twitch, please hang around. If you're watching on YouTube, you can either join in on Twitch or you can go to bed like I'm going to do. It's entirely up to you. But right, yes, thank you very much for watching. This has been Laurence Plays Foundry, and I shall see you next time. Good night. Thank you, Nogo. Thank you, regular the well wishes. Did I say? I think I might already have said that. Okay, let's go off and find someone to go and investigate. Is there anyone playing Foundry? Let's find out. Let's check that first. Foundry. There is nobody playing Foundry. Okay. Is there anyone who I'm following who's playing? Okay, Cyclomatic is up. So let's go and raid him again because we like him. He raids me sometimes. Right. So yeah, raid starting in a few seconds. Thank you very much, everyone who's been watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night.